If you're ready, it's what day are we on? Thursday. Sorry, February 3, Thursday. Board of Supervisors special. Between the agendas and then
That's all right. That's all right. Renee, are we on?
We are.
All right. All right. Day 4. Jake, let's call this special meeting of the Marion County Board of Supervisors to order. Roll call.
Okay, Keisha Johnner.
Here.
Mark Ramey.
Here.
Steve McCombs.
Here.
Would entertain a motion on this morning's agenda. Budget.
Make motion to approve today's agenda.
Second.
McCombs.
Aye.
Ramey.
Aye.
Johnner.
Aye.
All right, very good, thank you. Well, we're in day 4 of the marathon. So today, or this morning, and Renee, I misplaced my schedule. There we go. So we've got this morning, health insurance, comp board, raises, lost, all discussion items that we just need to spend a little more time going through. Potentially a lunch at noon to 1.
12:30.
We have an open.
I have a 12:30 to 1:30.
Oh, that's right, you have
Yep.
a lunch in today,
Yep,
so,
yep.
all right. So, 12:30 to
1:30.
12:30 to 1:30, so we'll just take a break from 12 to 2 today, and then we kick 2 o'clock off with Michaela, the treasurer, with Tyler Christian, road department, Steve Edwards, conservation. So it will be a full afternoon. All right, so let's get into it. This morning I wanted to spend some time going over the issues we need to discuss apart from the departments, and that is comp board, health insurance, those types of things. And I'm going to kick this off. I put some notes on the board. You've got it on your pages. I have it up here just to help myself and also maybe as a visual aid to anybody else if you understand my scribbles. As I was thinking through this during the course of our discussions, I know someone's going to say, you don't have the mic, but
Yeah,
we'll do the best we can because I will pace, and that's just the way it's going to be for this morning. If we accept the comp board recommendation as is, what are some of the other dial turners we have? You know, I've always focused on that piece for budget. I never focus on, you know, somebody spent $5,000 for pens and pencils, and I just don't deal with those types of numbers. I don't look that closely unless it gets to be an issue that we need to address. So I look at the big stuff. In Fund 1, if you look at your fund sheet, we've got about 1.06 million in the general fund in our cash flow analysis. 1.062 to be precise. We've already discussed that with all the budgets in at current levels with no changes, no material changes, a little over $1 million increase in our cash balance, in our fund balance. Now Kim is here. We've had that discussion with Kim. Potentially public health becomes fully funded in this next cycle, apart from any county contribution, which I think would be amazing. She's got a lot of competitive contracts she's going out to get, but the downside risk to Kim, you always have to consider that. If she had got none of those contracts and we went back to just having to fund it, that's probably a $400,000 hit to general, okay? So take your million, about a $400,000 hit to that number. I'm roughing it out, Jake, but it's close, right? Because you'll pull out revenue and expenses equally. If you look on a fund balance sheet, if we had it up, I don't know if it's possible to put those up for everybody. Renee, those.
It's on that PowerPoint as well, if you want to go to that PowerPoint, or we can do it through here.
Might be good just to have everybody.
Which PowerPoint? I don't.
Okay.
So can we just plug that in? And
Is it on your computer?
it can be.
Yep.
What, the cash flow?
Yep.
Just do yours.
And just me, just so I can talk through it and just so everybody can see it. I think that's fair. You all have it on in your binders. Let them pull that up. While they're working on that, I'm just going to talk through the rest of these little points that I have. So I think the downside risk, and we talked about it for Kim, is about 400,000. If she gets none of it, then if she gets a component of those contracts, but not all of them, well, it's somewhere in the middle, right? So we get that. Fund 2. If you turn to your cash flow sheet, and once Jake gets these up, we'll go through it. I'll just talk through it again. We know we've got a slight decrease in our cash balance this year, but we also know we hold a pretty heavy reserve in this fund. It's a limited use fund. We can't borrow from it. Can't take money and put it into another fund. We're holding $3.2 million in that fund. We probably have some room, and I'm going to propose we take out 20 cents of that levy. Initially, I was thinking we'd go bigger, but I don't want to be over aggressive.
Right. I had that discussion with Jake. I went up yesterday and talked to him about that too.
So if we did that, if we landed there, that's $374,144. If you look on your little sheet that Jake put together on what would come out of that fund. This would give us an opportunity next year to see where the fund sits and see what the impact of that change in levy does to this particular fund. Remember, there's only about 10 items that come out of that fund. That's it. Okay, that's not general fund. We can't use that for projects on the courthouse. Can't use it for any health benefits, FICA, Hypers. Tyler, I know we've got some of your costs in there. Might have some of Jason's costs in there as well. But it's a limited use fund.
No, I agree.
Okay, so I think 20 cents is reasonable and gives us an opportunity to see what that impact would be. Now, if you add that 20 cents in reduction, we also lose the mental health levy this year. The state changed the law and is taking on the funding of mental health. And Jake, our Fund 10 levy was how much?
70 cents,
70 cents?
approximately.
Okay. Simple math, add those two together, we might be able to reduce our overall levy by 90 cents. It's the first time in 10 years on the board that we've been able to have that kind of levy reduction. And that's a benefit to our taxpayers. Jake, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Ben.
No, no.
The aggregate countywide levy last year, this year projected, do you have that sheet?
Yes. I can get that.
You can just pull that up, Ruby. You don't have to put it on the screen. Just pull it up and tell me what those numbers are.
Okay. So you are looking for levy, total levy?
Yeah. Yeah, total countywide levy.
So let's not include, okay, total countywide levy for which year?
Last year,
Last year being
previous
2021?
previous budget.
Okay, so 10.63808.
10.
Sorry. I mean, budget year of 1 year, a current year, and then a last year. I always have to define what
Yes.
year we mean.
Yeah.
So 2021 was 10.6308.
Let's call it 10.63.
Yeah. Current fiscal year
Sorry about that.
levy is 10.81. And then the projected as is currently in the, right now is 10.08. That's levy.
So that's what's in this number right here, right? So you just take out your 90 cents. Or you go under $10.
That 10.08 mark, has the general supplemental at the 240, same as last year.
Right.
Yeah. So
we-
if
so-
you would
so-
take
so
20
check-
cents, sorry, if
So
you-
check my math.
But it wouldn't have the mental health on it, would it? Would it have the
Have
mental
have
health?
you already taken the mental health
Yeah.
out?
The mental health is out, but not, if
Okay.
you're thinking about reducing 20, that would be another 20.
So we'll just take another 20.
Yeah. So it would go
Good
under,
catch,
it would go under 10,
good catch. That's why you're here this morning, Jake. Check my math,
you know.
all right? We still go under 9.
We'd get, be into the $9.
Yeah.
But not under 9.
So anyway, I say all that because I think if we just accepted everything as is and did a few of these changes, we're gonna give money back to the taxpayer and probably on a trend where we can probably give more next year based on Fund 2. So the taxpayer is going to get tax relief. We have not talked about lost funding, but we can certainly use additional sales tax monies to supplement Fund 2. Remember, the purpose of sales tax, one of the major purposes is what? Is tax relief.
Tax relief.
So if we have some lost capacity and we need to supplement Fund 2, that's a perfect opportunity for us to reduce the property tax burden and leverage sales tax for what it's for. One of the intended purposes.
I think Tyler would be the one in Fund 2 that's probably the biggest drawer out of that fund, right? Correct? Am I wrong, Tyler?
Close to $1 million.
Yeah.
Not Fund 2 for our health insurance, like I.
So it leaves us, and we're not even getting to health insurance yet, which we'll talk about separately. That's the total hit based on the rate increase from Wellmark, 219,000, some change, 10.42%. I've got a proposal here cutting dental funding from the county standpoint by half. That'd be about 55,000. And then we can either leave the plan as it is or accept another alternate to the Wellmark plan. I bag the gravy idea, unless you all want to do it. And I'll tell you why. After talking with Holmes Murphy, is it a viable option for us? Yes. It would cut this rate increase in half. Okay? This is employer-employee, so when I say 219, that's all in cost. The gravy proposal takes that down by half. I am a little concerned. I know very little about this company other than what I've read on the internet and what Holmes Murphy said, that I've been in the insurance business for 30 years. They're private equity funded, been around 5 years. They don't have a long history, all right? I think we have a top flight benefit plan when you compare us to other employers in Marion County. I think it's a good benefit plan, and we've seen that just in the data and things we've heard from other folks. I want to minimize disruption.
I'm getting that from people too also.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The disruption, you know, the ones that I have talked to anyway, I haven't talked to everybody, but.
Yeah, we have an insurer that has 85% of the Iowa market. We've had good results. I don't know that we've had a lot of complaints, Lisa, on Wellmark.
No.
In terms of their service, especially working through Holmes Murphy.
Now that we have Holmes Murphy,
Yeah. And there are always things you can tweak and change, obviously. Nobody's going to be perfect, but I really want to and I think switching to a private equity funded TPA plan, they're not even the insurer, they're another intermediary to the insurer.
There's a lot of
I
risk.
don't like that.
And I think, you know, some of the questions I brought up when they gave this presentation here, what, a week ago, was providers. I was a little concerned on that part of it.
Mhm.
That maybe some people that have a certain doctor, maybe that provider wouldn't be in that plan. So I was a little concerned about that. Which is why I'm still leaning toward Blue Cross Wellmark.
Okay. So anyway, those are the those are the, when you think high level, the other piece we've talked about is sustainability. All right? And so, assumption,
Dirty word.
what's that?
That's a dirty word.
If we just accepted the budget as is, which Jake would love, we just did that, right?
Sure.
Minimizes Jake's work. Is it sustainable? Given the fact I really want to try to do some tax relief. Probably my number one priority in this budget is to try to reduce Fund 2, seeing that we have capacity to do that. The answer really in sustainability is difficult to derive at a mathematical number other than to say, do we expect the Marion County population and home ownership percentage to radically change in the next 5 years?
That's what we're banking on.
Well, we've got two
The
major
TIFs, right,
projects
yeah.
saying that it's going to go in a positive direction.
It is gonna go in a positive
Right?
direction, yep, yep.
And it's already going in a positive.
Yeah.
But it's the TIFs that we have to look at too.
And Keisha, you see Prairie Ridge, we're selling lots at
No,
Prairie Ridge.
But we have to think of the TIFs that we have out there, so.
Well,
It's gonna take some time.
That TIFs aren't in this. So we just have to
The property
understand that,
tax.
we have to understand that the property tax hit, we're still projecting growth. The issue is growth. And if the growth is minimized in the near term, remember our TIF agreements actually give us on the VA and Prairie Ridge more of that money initially than we would normally get. So it's actually more, not less. So we're projecting growth.
But
Our
we wouldn't
number-
get that right away though, right?
What's that?
On the TIFs, since they are TIFed, we wouldn't be, I mean, that's TIFed out, that extra is going back to the developer. So when that TIF is done, we would see more.
Yeah, but part of the agreement is the schools are edited out. We get more, higher percentage of those property tax dollars.
Okay.
Right.
I mean, that's, everybody, remember that?
No,
That was
no, I-
important.
yep,
We
yep.
negotiated that with Knoxville, the school board signed off on it, everything. So it's actually to help pay the taxpayers back faster.
Plus we did the same with Pella.
Yep.
That was a unique situation there.
So anyway, we're projecting growth. We're wanting more of our workers to work here, live here, population growth. So I think to the extent you can, sustainability is at least pointed in a positive direction. We don't have any math to point to that, because I can't tell you next year what our property tax rates will be, because I think by second quarter, the economy slows down. Now, what does that do to prices? I think we're gonna see 4 quarters of deflation, not inflation. But that's me. I study this stuff regularly. So, I don't think we can control for that. That's what I'm trying to say. You can't control for those types of projections because there are too many unknowns, too many variables. The best thing you could do is say, we intend to grow in Marion County and we're doing things to incent growth. New schools, housing developments, county support for economic projects. So sustainability in my mind is, I don't see a material change to our inflow in revenue in the next 3 years.
Exactly.
And that gets to my next point. We can support all of this as is for this year. We can give property tax relief. We can do the raises. You notice I put that, Jake, on our comp board. This is what we control, right?
Yes.
Because
So when you say that, what do you mean?
I think on the recommendation, it's by
can
individual
eliminate ours.
position, right?
It is.
So it's about 7,000 total for the supervisors, if you take all 3 of us, right?
It is, I think the sheet is like one
2606.
raise, and there are 3 of you.
Right,
Yes.
so you just take it times 3,
Correct.
so. So there's my
I
view.
know we look at the big numbers, Mark, and don't get me wrong, it's a good idea, I think. But when you look at the big numbers, the normal person that's paying those taxes, it's probably gonna be negligible, but it's still gonna be a relief. But, I
Well, yeah,
mean,
if you're talking 20, well, let's just call it 90 cents on 1,000.
So, most people are gonna say, well, yeah, okay. But in the big picture, it makes a difference.
It does, and we can also, from a county standpoint, show that we haven't gone above $10 in 10 years
Right.
in our levy rate. So I would think overall expenses, you look at the school levies and you look at the city levies, that's not the case. Right, Jake? I mean, theirs have
City of
gone-
Elm maintains their levy historically with most increase.
So I think we've managed expenses well. That's a credit to everybody out here. It's a credit to the boards that I've been a part of for 10 years, for you folks and previous boards. I think we've done a good job for our taxpayer, managing costs. This is the most controversial piece, I think, is the comp board.
I don't disagree.
That's the most controversial piece. My view right now, I stayed up last night thinking about it. I can rant and rave over the process. Jason knows I'm not happy with the process, okay, on how it was done. But then I got to get to the math. I got to get to what the math tells me. Well, the math tells me I can do this. Now, is it right? Well, that's a subjective argument. If you take it down, any percentage, you take down Jake's raise, Michaela's raise, future recorder's raise, you could give up the supervisor raises.
Mhm.
We can do that. I'm willing to do that, by the way.
I wish we could take ours and distribute it amongst the others if that was a choice. But it's my understanding, Jake, that
I
it's
don't
just,
think we can.
you have to decline, accept or decline. Correct? On ours.
Well, yeah, but then if you're taking the 7,000 out, you're just redistributing it through other means. So you're not doing it through the comp board recommendation, you do it through the fact you didn't use the dollars. So you could, Keisha, do that, but you're doing it through the budgets.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's absolutely correct. Could do that. So as far as what the right pay is, now let's just talk the sheriff for a minute. I've been doing research online, I've been looking at different things. Legislature thinks this is right. Governor thinks this is right. Other cities, the methodology on whether you compare county sheriffs to cities or those things, is that fair? That's methodology. It's just a change. It's a change from the way it was to something different. Is it unfair? Is it unreasonable? I don't think so. I don't necessarily think so. At first, I don't like the legislative way to do it, because to me it's like an unfunded mandate. It just kind of gets handed to you, and you gotta just swallow it. But
That's where I'm at. I'm at because I look at it as and say, why should one be elevated when we have other department heads, we have other electeds that are just as equally as important?
Well, and that's a debatable point. I don't think everything's equal. So, but that's my view. I've said Tyler's our most important department. You don't have roads, you don't have nothing.
Right.
But Jason wouldn't be far behind in the sheriff's department.
And I would elevate Jake. I mean, what he's had to go through as the auditor,
You would
and
be super auditor, Jake.
But I mean, it's one of those things that I think that it, like I've said before, and I've told this to Jason, it puts us in a terrible spot.
And so, I mean, Steve, you got a comment on that?
Everybody knows how I feel. I find it disturbing that the legislature, basically, it mandates that, and without even considering maybe the fiscal health of some of these counties.
Yes.
Yeah, the fact that we can do it is one thing.
Right.
There are other counties that don't have that room.
Right.
Agreed.
And I don't have a problem with with people making a fair wage. I really don't. It's just, I don't want to get in the shape of some of these other counties that we get so top heavy on one end, and we have to wind up bonding for services, whatever those services may be, that the taxpayer has become accustomed to.
Do you see that as a
I'm
danger right now,
I'm
Steve?
really struggling with this.
Steve, do you see that as a danger right now, given what we just talked about?
There again, I'm going to get to my point. My point is we're here today to deal with the current issues. And I hope that we can make the right decisions in the future if we are the best decisions we can make in the future and stay within our budgets.
Yeah.
Because if we don't, we're going to wind up like some of these other counties. And that's not a good position to be in.
We could, possibly the
I'm-
future,
Yeah.
yes,
But,
not knowing the
but with the
future.
numbers we're dealing with now,
Yep.
we're okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's just, I don't like it forced down my throat. And Jason and I had this conversation, and he knows how I feel. And it's nothing personal at all.
No, it's,
But in order
It's,
to me to get to the point where I think it's equitable, I don't want to use the word fair because sometimes people don't like that word. But in order to bring it down where I think it's within reason, before this compensation board thing all came up, I already had a number in my mind just so it would meet the current environment we're in. Everybody said, it's like I told Mark yesterday. We're all not in the same boat, but we're sure in the same storm together.
yeah, that loaf of bread costs the same for you as it does me. Or it does for the worker that's out there. It costs us all the same. And we're seeing, yeah,
I just don't want to be perceived, and I guess it doesn't matter how I'm perceived, but I want to be fair to everybody, somehow. I don't know how to get there quite yet. But before the compensation board issue even came up, I had a number in my head that I thought was going to be a fair, equitable number. I can tell you right now, my number was between 6 and 8. That I thought people needed to be at in this current environment. And that's just us. I'm pretty sure the private sector, I don't know exactly what they're getting, but they're probably not getting that high a number.
depends on the job.
Yeah, and it depends. You're exactly right, it does.
Depends on the job.
And
I know some of my colleagues are far above that, so. Those are good thoughts.
and we also have to think about the constituents. I do. I've had constituents come to me and say, they're not happy with the 17.5%. So those are things that I have to, I have to think about.
Yep, I've had some come to me and say that they don't disagree with it. So, that's a matter of just what we get across. But again, those are the subjective pieces to fit into an objective analysis.
I do hope, just if you don't mind me speaking.
Can I finish my thought first?
Joe, sorry.
Mathematically, we can do it. That's what I'm arguing.
No, and
Mathematically, we can do it, and to both of your points, we can be as fair as possible to the taxpayer, because we're actually reducing the levy. More than the levy's ever been reduced, at least in my time on this board. We've had that money in Fund 2 sitting there for 4 years.
But the taxpayer is not going to see that. They're going to see one number. And that's the hard part. It's no different. It's no different than
I don't understand what that means.
property taxes. Who do we get? Oftentimes we get the blamed. We know we're number 3.
I can't deal
It's the
with
same
that.
thing.
I'm
This is
gonna
the
look
same thing.
I'm gonna look at this.
That's fine. I mean, you can look at that, but I'm just saying that's what's going to be pointed out to us.
That what? The property tax rate went down?
But you elevated somebody to that level at 17.5%. And you can't give it. How do I quantify giving that to one person when we have others? We have road, deputies that are out there. How do I say to Tylers that are out there working roads, hey, and they're risking their lives? I mean, that's the hard part.
Yeah, it is the hard part.
Yep.
But that's where you
And
have
it's
to look
okay
at
that
different jobs. That's
we
why,
can agree to disagree.
that's why it's not gonna be fair.
But it's
From
okay
a
if
version
we,
of that fairness.
Okay.
But it's the risks of the job, too,
yes.
and how you
But
assess those risks.
But if I'm going to give one 17.5%, how do I not say to the rest of his department 17.5%?
Because each job's not the same. It's that simple.
Well, that's your opinion.
I've done this for a long time.
I don't have to agree.
No, you don't. You don't. And I don't either.
No, that's right.
The
That's
legislature.
why we all are here.
The legislature was
each have one vote.
based, they based their, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, they based their thought process on a position. So to raise one position equal to another within that county, that population, whatever. I don't know how to say it other than that, but also they based it, I think, or the comp board did, base their decision. And in fairness to the comp board, they did what they was told to do.
Right.
In fairness to them. But that was also based on a number that was, what was that number, Jake? That the $300,000 that we had raised? Well, wouldn't it also be fair to assume that salaries should be based on if it goes the other direction? If we don't have that increase?
What do you mean, Steve?
Well, the comp board said you had a $300,000, what was it, raise in value. So what if it goes
That's
the
what
other?
our
What if it
projection
goes
is,
the other
300,000, yeah.
Well, I don't think that's what they're basing it on, though. I don't think that's what the law
Well, I
is.
think that was,
The law is.
that was part of the argument.
The law is comparing, they added comparatives that they never added before. So before county sheriffs were compared to other county sheriffs. Now they're being compared to city chiefs and highway patrol and some of those folks within those law enforcement branches. I don't think it spoke anything to valuation.
I was under the impression that part of that was based on that.
I mean, there could have been in the back of their minds, valuations are going up, here's what we can do, but as far as the law goes,
I know the law.
it's but I'm just telling you what they based their decision on, because I was in the meeting.
And I think with our county being, we have, chief of police in Pella makes 120,000. Chief of police, the city of Knoxville makes 88.4. So, I mean, and it puts a perspective that sometimes, that one thinks, well, I should make the 120,000 too. But I can't control what the cities do.
That's good. This is where I'm at, other than health insurance. We'll talk about that in a separate discussion. So you two have to make the motion, because I can't make it, I'm the chair. But again, we can do a 20% decrease in the fund. I mean, we're doing everything we can on both sides of the ledger.
But we'd have to maintain that in the future. To some extent.
Not necessarily. Not if revenues go up. It's not a static process.
You're exactly right, it's not.
Oh, thank you. Well,
You want to have another screen?
yeah, if you could, it's hard for everybody just to turn around and rush you guys up there. But it shows you that's the Fund 2 balance. So this is the number I'm referring to, for those of you, this number right here. That we're holding that as a fund balance, and we can take that number down. So that's that 20 cents.
Well, I can tell you where I'm at. To me, not, in order not to penalize the other elected officials, I'm at a 65% recommendation. That's where I'm at.
Is that motion, Steve?
Yes, it is.
What does that get us? Let's look at our sheets here.
As far as the total dollars,
You wanna go to that? You wanna
And
go to
60
that?
yeah,
Is
go
that
to
one of the
that.
options that was
Yeah.
populated?
Yeah. So we got a motion on the comp board from Mr. McCombs, 65% recommendation, to accept 65% of the comp board recommendation. Which I'm looking at right now, takes the total dollars down to
Was it
31,911.
Can you say that number again?
It's 31,900, or 31,911 cents, sorry, I don't have the glasses on.
but that number is,
This number is one of three, like you said earlier.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's actually, yeah, it'd be more.
Look,
Yeah, just take that number times 2, times 3.
yeah, that number is just for the elected officials. That's not the trickle down costs.
Mhm.
Well, I'm not at 100%, I will say that. I was leaning more towards 50%. But, I mean, I can see Steve's justification. I'm not totally opposed.
So by 50. So is there a second? Steve's recommendation?
So I guess, can I speak?
Yeah,
on-
yeah, so Jason, go ahead.
So I understand this is a hard spot. I've talked to all three of you about this. I also want to point out that when the comp board met and they had the discussions in regards to this, they actually cut what the recommendation should have been by half already. You have Cedar County was a 48%. You have Washington County, 38%. You have Keokuk County, 50%. You have multiple counties throughout the state that did that. I'm not saying that you guys like it or different things, but what's hard for me, and granted, if it's a 65%, I do better than Jake, Michaela, and everybody because of the law. But what's frustrating a little bit to me, and just on the discussions, for Jake, Michaela, Ed, they're getting cut also by that 65%.
They are, yep.
Yeah,
But is that fair to them? I
no.
mean,
But we're in a
okay, so
terrible
then why-
spot.
So then why penalize them on
So
it?
you can get 17.
But if then that money, take that out of my budget on it, but don't penalize the other electeds because you don't like what the law
We
says.
we can't help
You
because of the
can't. Let-
compensation board and which we have. We talked about this.
What's that?
We talked about this.
I
So
understand.
we ultimately have the compensation board that we
Yeah.
have, that defines and what we do.
And if you approve the compensation board at 100%, and you said, Jason, you need to cut whatever that 17% in your
But it
office
still
out
keeps
of
your
that.
salary at that. It's not, so if you were to leave
And-
and the next person comes in, they're still at that level.
And
No.
I feel that the legislators and the governor's office and everybody said it
But
should be
what-
twice that. But what I'm saying
But what
is-
about him? Or
No,
what
and-
about her? Or
and
what
that's-
about him?
That's what I'm fighting for in this. Don't penalize those folks because you don't like the law that the legislators did on that side of it. That's what.
How did
that's
they
what-
get there?
Huh?
How did the legislature get there?
In regards to it, they compared it with chief salaries.
But we
And-
just
and-
talked
and
about a
that's-
city salary. What are we gonna, I mean, I look at this and I look at what your current salary is.
Right?
You're right there at the median between these two.
Right, but.
You know?
And I can argue, I don't mean to get in an argument about what I do versus what a chief of police does, what the responsibilities are with a 56-bed jail, that they don't have other.
How do you
I won't-
justify
I won't-
it
how
to
I'm-
your workers?
How
You're
I
worth
justify
17.5%,
this is what
but
the
they're
current
not.
law says, but I'm not trying to justify that aspect of it. What I'm trying to
But I am.
justify is, okay, but what I'm saying then, Keisha, is say, you know what, if this is the deal and you don't like it, take it out of my budget. But don't penalize the other electeds on that, we just talked about, you just said Jake needs to be paid this, he's a super auditor, Michaela, Ed, they're great elected officials. But don't penalize them, take it out of my budget, and I'll do that. But
You willing to
shouldn't-
do that?
I'll take the money out, take 50,000 out of my budget right now, or whatever, but don't penalize other good people that are doing a great job because you don't like what how the law
It's
changed.
because it's what we were dealt with.
I agree it's what you were dealt with, but what I'm saying is you're penalizing, it's the side of it to say,
The
we don't like
legislature
what the
penalized.
legislature
Yeah.
did, so we're gonna penalize the other great employees that we have. That's not fair to them. And take it out of my budget. Like I said, if you don't like the fact that that's what the law says, take it out. But if it's a budget issue, if it's not a budget issue, I can't change your mind. But if it's about money, me taking it out of my budget should change your mind if it's about money. That's the argument. I'm sorry, but.
No, I agree. No, Jason, if you can take it out of your budget,
Yes,
I'm there. Because the math works.
yes. And that's not even talking about taking it out of my budget.
It
I-
goes
I'm
back
not-
to
I'm
the,
not- I'm not gonna get into the,
I'll second Mark's,
I'm
or
not-
Steve's, I'll second it.
I'm not gonna, so Ed, you had a comment?
Wait a minute.
Bob?
I've been doing this job long enough and talked to enough jurors that it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to make an argument if people have already made up their mind. What I don't understand from this board, from Mr. McCombs and Ms. Johnner, is this isn't about the money. Because you believe, if you look at the math, the county has the money. And what I've been told long before I got here was there's years that the county didn't do well. Expenses were up, revenue was down. And the result of that was you came to the elected officials and there were times that you didn't follow board recommendations. And what was the consequence of those, what I would say was short-sighted at times for its decisions? We start with an understanding that the base point, right or wrong, is that we should be compensated at the 22nd highest position because of, for whatever reason, they believe it has everything to do with just your population, not based on the volume of work or what you do, whether or not any of those things. And then the next year, if you look historically, all of a sudden it was, whoops, now we're nowhere close to the 22nd ranked anymore. So now the raise has to be X to get us back to that base. And my concern, what I've heard from you folks is the 22nd rank doesn't matter anymore. You've decided that a particular position in your mind is worth a particular salary. That
Are we
Jason-
above in some of those?
We are,
ranking? Yeah, okay.
absolutely.
Okay.
You ain't gonna be though if other counties are giving 30 and 40%
May not.
raises. So you're gonna
May not.
throw that matrix out. But ultimately, the question is, you don't believe the sheriff should make X dollars. That's what you're saying.
I'm fine, I mean, if the 65% recommendation, he's gonna make 114.
Right. So
I'm
the
not
question
saying
is-
that at all, Ed. I'm just saying I don't like it shoved down my
I
throat.
don't think that's a bad,
Right, but
I don't think
I
that's
get
terrible.
that, but don't take it out on the people who every day come to work and do the best job they can. Go tell your legislators you didn't like that. Right, you're punishing the people who don't have any control over that, Steve.
I
The question
understand.
is, do you
I
think-
understand and I hate it.
So punish us who have nothing to do with it. Or say, what is the job worth?
Punish me. Don't punish the other electeds. If you wanna punish somebody for it, punish me for what the law says.
I don't
But
wanna
don't-
punish anybody,
Okay,
Jason.
then approve it at the amount that it should be for them with the comp board. We had, the whole reason for a comp board, whether you like a comp board or not, was independent people from Marion County making a suggestion, and I truly believe my representative on the comp board cut it in half of what the recommendation could have been in regards to, because he understood, hey, this is gonna be hard to swallow for some people.
So in the
Those-
fu-
But just please let me speak. Those supervisors in Washington County, if it was 3-0 vote, 5-0 vote, Cedar County, I think was 5-0 on a 48%. They had to have the same discussions you had, is should we give our sheriff a 48% raise? They voted unanimously to do that.
And
That's
that was their
opinion.
choice, yeah.
And that's their
Yeah.
choice. But what I'm saying is, I just don't want you to punish Jake, Michaela, Ed, the other electeds in a situation that if it's about money, and that's ultimately, it's either a personality thing that you don't like it and you don't think I should make what it is, or if it's about money, take the money out of my budget.
If somebody is not really happy in what they're making, then what happens?
I
Oftentimes
can
you
tell you
go.
what happens in my office. Here, the good question.
No, meaning you.
No,
Meaning
Keisha,
you
I'm
go
not
somewhere
talking about
else,
me.
and I get
No, I'm not
it.
talking-
I don't
please.
do this job for the money.
Okay, if you don't do it for the money, then that's your choice.
That
Then
is,
donate it
that's
all
right.
back to the county. Then if that's a great suggestion to say, if you don't like what you make, but my point is on this, that we all do it for whatever reasons we do it. I hope it's not all about the money for me either. I hope you don't feel that way, because it sure in the hell ain't. The number of hours, the number of things I do to put in for it isn't all about the money. And I thought the comp
But there
board's
has-
but please listen, I think the comp board's recommendation was very fair. So let's just hypothetically say, you say whatever it is. And then what the law still says a year from now, or whatever, I mean, is going to be what the law says, and it's the same comparables, and the comp board comes back at a 65% for the sheriff, or whatever. I mean, it's not a good spot for anybody to be in, and I think
it's
they
not.
were, I think they were fair.
And maybe
on how much-
legislative, they'll look at it. I don't know.
Yeah, well, I can tell you that there's discussions in regards to how to do it. But at this point, please just don't penalize the other people because of my position. Take it out of my budget and give them what they deserve.
It's not necessarily about the money for me, Jason.
Okay,
And you already know that. We've had this discussion.
Sure, but it is about the money, because that's what the
But
discussion.
we've already
So-
discussed
so let me-
this.
let me-
We have.
all right.
I got another
All right.
question.
Well, I
I
guess
got
I want
one
to
more
say
question.
first. I want to say something first, Steve. So, good thoughts, fair discussion, emotional issue. It's about salary and pay, what we think jobs are worth. Where I got to last night was, regardless of how I feel about the process, number one, I don't have the ability to rate accurately what Jason should make. The legislature determined that based on the comparables and based on the system of the comp board. That's the method legislatively that's in place to determine elected official salaries. In the same way, I wouldn't be able to tell you right now what Jake should make if I were establishing the auditor position right now. These are not positions that normally transfer into the private sector. You can do some comparables, but they're dealing with different issues. I can infer a lot, but setting those salaries would be tough. The risks that people take, the differences in the jobs, they're not all the same. And they should not be priced the same. No job in the private sector is priced the same as the other jobs. So that's number one. Then you got to go to for me, you got to go to the math. Does the math work? The math works. The math works to support what both the legislature, which is elected by the people, through this system, to support these kind of raises. The third thing is, I don't want to negatively impact our other electeds. I'll put the supervisor's salary on the table as a line item out. But I don't want to hurt Michaela. I don't want to hurt Jake. I don't want to hurt Ed. And I don't want to hurt Karen, now Naomi, or maybe Naomi. So if Jason can take that and leave it budget neutral, from a dollars standpoint, which is what I'm concerned about, because that's what impacts the taxpayer.
Exactly.
It's neutral. There's no impact. And that's how I got myself to the place where I could deal with the process piece. I respect what Jason does. I respect what the law enforcement people do.
It's not about respect. I respect
Well,
them
I
all.
respect him too.
Yeah,
I got one more question.
All right, go ahead.
If and when the time comes, you retire or whatever happens, and a new sheriff gets on board, does he come in at the same salary with no experience, or how do we deal with that? We're paying a position, basically, correct?
Correct. And yes.
That's the way it is.
You're
Yes,
elected,
that's
yeah, the
way it
people
is. And I
elect.
would hope that those people, I mean, whoever, the election, wherever that may be, whenever I'm no longer here. But I also want, we talk about employees and how our employees are our greatest asset and resource in different things. I mean, I hope that whoever my lieutenants are, whoever my chief deputy is, whoever, when that time comes that I'm no longer the sheriff, sits there and says, yeah, hey, I'd love to stay in Marion County and I'd love to make that, or whatever. I mean, those lieutenants that are there. But I think it's not about me personally in this position. I think I do a good job. I hope people feel I do a good job. But it's about the next position. And you compare the Pella chief. I mean, Keisha, you brought it up. I truly believe that the sheriff should make more than what the Pella police chief makes.
But that's the city of Pella, and that's where I'm at with
But
that.
you can't control that, but what you can control is what I make.
But what do
as a
you tell
sheriff's
your
position.
workers? What do you tell your staff?
I
That
tell
you're
them-
worth 17 and a half, but they're not?
No, it's not about you. You're comparing, you're trying to divide.
No,
my
I am,
department.
because I'm
yeah.
sitting there looking at a road deputy. I mean, I had this conversation with my father. We talked about this with Ed. You can go back and listen. You know, they're the ones that are out there putting their lives on the line. They're walking up and doing that
No
stuff. Why are
question,
they
and
not
they should
worth
be
that
reimbursed
much?
for that. So what is that dollar amount that you feel a deputy should make, Keisha? What percent raise should they get?
Looking at your budget, what is that, Jason?
Huh?
Looking
What
at
I
your
put into
budget,
my
yeah,
budget?
5%. Is that correct?
Huh?
Well, you have to keep in mind, it's a union contract too, right?
But-
I mean, I'm not exact, well,
But I can tell you, yeah, I mean, that's a whole
Just-
nother topic, but
wait.
it is, please don't punish the other people. That's what I'm asking.
No, and I appreciate that, Jason.
And take it out of my budget,
Like I
if
said,
it's about the money.
if the math works, I can deal with that piece. And as far as future sheriffs go, that's up to the election. That's up to the voter. I would hope we'd have people that would run that could support that kind of salary, and that's up to the voters to decide. It's not up to us to decide. Voters decide that question. So, Steve, you had a
Now,
motion
wait
for 60.
Wait a minute. What did you just say?
It's up to the voters to decide.
To support the salary?
If Jason were to leave,
It's already
or
in
decide to
place.
move on, and there's an election, and the sheriff's salary is X, then you would hope you would get a candidate that would run, and people would vote for them.
Based on the current salary?
Yeah,
Well, they don't have a choice. They're,
What do you mean they don't
they're
have a
not
choice?
setting the salary either.
but they're picking the candidates, and they're
I
picking the sheriff.
yeah, but that has nothing to do with the salary.
Well, it's still an election. Can't change that
I know,
process.
I know.
Do you want to speak? I'm sorry.
I want to withdraw my motion.
I just wanted to make the point, though, that if you pay a competitive salary, you're hopefully going to attract good competitors, I mean, good candidates to that position.
Correct. I agree. I don't disagree at all.
Yeah, thank you, Michaela. All right, we have a motion on the table.
My whole, no, I wanted to withdraw the motion.
Oh, I'm sorry, okay, that,
Yeah, I need to get procedurally here, because I believe Keisha did second it.
I
at
did
some
second
point.
it.
yeah, that, so, but now we have a motion and support, and Steve, what are you doing? Well, we need to take a vote on it.
Right.
Yeah,
but the MOVET no longer supports the motion.
so what do we do, Councilman?
Well, normally, your colleagues would vote no, because you know it's no longer the intent of the mover.
Right,
But there is a question on the table,
we have to vote on it.
right? If he had withdrawn it before Keisha had seconded, it'd be a different story.
Got it. All right, so we have a motion and support for 65% recommendation. Jake, roll call, please.
Johnner,
Aye.
McCombs,
Nay.
Ramey,
Nay. All right. Motion fails. Is there another one?
The only reason I did that is the absorption in the budget and not to penalize everybody that really needs, probably deserves a raise. That's the only reason I did that. I'm still disgusted with the process, don't get me wrong. But again, that's out of my control.
Are you, if you're in discussion of that, are you, I'm just posing the question of leaving our salaries in or leaving our salaries out?
before you go too far on
Yeah,
that,
that's just a thought.
There is that possibility, there is a process that hasn't been done here, and there is like a 30-day
Okay.
notice before that type thing too, Keisha, so
Okay.
I'm not exactly sure where we are on that, but before you go too far down that trail, just make sure that there
It's
is
always a
thir-
process.
there is a
Thank you though,
30-day
Jake. I
there is a
appreciate that
30-day you
reminder.
have to do that before, okay?
Mhm.
So,
So that number there, if we take our salaries out, right?
Right.
Our increases?
Right.
Wow, that'll get me above board. That money does not go to offset these costs, it just goes
It's general fund money,
general
Steve.
fund money, right?
So, to Keisha's point, if we wanted to take that and add that, spread that across for raises, we could do that. We're just not gonna do it through this process.
Okay,
It would decrease the amount by, what did we say?
About
7,700.
7,800.
7,800,
Yep.
which is nothing in the big picture, but
Then, yeah, it's an option. It's an option. Again, I come back to it, I'm not willing to take it out anybody else. Except us. If I wanna lead, I'm gonna lead that way, but Jake and Michaela and Karen and Ed, I'm not gonna take it out on them. And I'm not gonna take it out on Jason.
I don't want to
Because-
take it out on
because-
me either.
Oh.
Because the legislature went through this process. The sheriff's department does take risks. The sheriff takes risks.
The whole department
And-
does, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I said. So the pricing of the job, I'm okay with, because the math works to support it.
Everybody takes a job knowing what the risks are. Ed, remember the first day I met you, when you were first running?
No,
You-
but
you
that was probably
It was
13 years
memorable.
ago. But tell me what I said.
I do remember, you came down with Ron Gomat, you met me on the gravel road because I was having a very bad time with an individual who was physically threatening me. You showed up with Ron. So the risks are not only in the sheriff's department, they're everywhere.
Yes,
I
they are.
I can't tell you the many times I've been threatened working in the road department. Physically.
Steve, statistically, again, I go back to.
I know statistically, I'm just telling you there's risk in every job.
Well, I was gonna actually agree with you.
Oh, thank you.
The road department guys have a higher degree of risk than the sheriff's department statistically, over Department of Labor statistics. So they do. I know that. Farming is more risky. Lobster fisherman is a riskier job. But
I'm
that
not-
doesn't decrease the fact that there's risk.
I'm not necessarily gonna base my opinion on risk, I'm basing it on
But
the
then that's,
retention of good personnel.
well, and there you go. I mean, you're talking about retention, you're talking about all those things. And like I said, I'm talking about dollars.
I know, you're a dollar guy.
Yeah.
And you should be, we all should be.
Because that's what it's about.
Like I said, we're here to deal with our current issues and hopefully we make good decisions in the future. Or even whoever's on the board in the future makes good decisions. I just want to leave them with, a decent fund balance to work with.
You don't see any deterioration in that. I can't prove it mathematically that there's any deterioration. Not if we can give money back.
I anxiously await
And I
your
gotta-
budget session.
I have a question though too, because if they decreased it by 17%, Jason, and what you were talking about, if it was 30 or 40, so we're gonna be looking at the same thing next year at another 17, which again could possibly, we could be in the same scenario.
Well, yeah, at Ted's point, it depends what their counties do, it depends what the
Right.
Concord does, depends on whatever those situations. I mean, I'm sure.
But it's gonna be a
I'm sure those
division.
counties- I'm sure those counties right now that are in the high 40s or 50% are thinking about, hey, hopefully we don't have to do this again next year in that
Yeah.
situation, because they did it all in one lump sum.
But how do you, and we don't know this, but how do we not know that the auditors group isn't gonna come, or the county attorney's group or the treasurer group isn't gonna do the same thing and say, you know what, these jobs, to quantify what he does or to quantify whatever, people do, how are we not gonna push that? Push that envelope and go, they need to get 17.
You're
Those
right.
are things that I also have to, I think of
understand,
too.
Keisha, but you're asking me questions I don't have the answer to.
Nobody-
But it is
Nobody
something
has
that
the
could
answers to
easily
those
happen,
questions. But-
because we
but-
know this was done legislatively.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is the here and now on it. I mean, Steve has a great point. We're dealing with what it is, the here and now. And like I said, and Steve said, I'm looking forward to your budget presentation. That's a fair statement. I'm the one that said it, that, hey, I mean, take it out of my budget, if that's what it's about. I mean, if it's the money side of it. If you don't wanna go with Chairman Ramey's recommendations, and it's like, nope, we want a piece of skin somewhere, then that piece of skin, tomorrow afternoon, when I'm at my budget session, I expect you to peel it. I mean, that's a fair, I made the statement on it.
And we
I'm
peel
willing-
it, but
I'm
then we
willing to
also
absorb
think
it.
about what your whole department and how, I go back to,
Oh, I
my
agree.
whole situation is how can I elevate you and not think of your whole department? Or how can I not think of Tyler's department? That's where I struggle. And I hope
You
the
know,
people understand that's my struggle.
I agree, Keisha, and if it makes you feel better, I can come in tomorrow with a 17% increase for all my deputies. I mean, because I feel
But
they're
we
probably
got
worth that.
Tyler's too,
I
and
feel-
we've got Jake's
Huh?
department,
No,
we
that
got
has to do with their
treasurers, we got.
budgets. You asked me on mine.
I know,
You
that's
asked
my
me on my budget,
point,
so I
because
can
that's
come
the
in with a
next discussion
17%
we have to
increase.
talk about.
But the difference is what the law says. That where I separate
But
the
it
two
ultimately
things,
falls
but-
upon us
And I
as the
hope-
compensation
I hope
board.
that deputy right now that's sitting there maybe listening to this presentation says, you know what? Sometime down the road, I wanna run for sheriff. And I'm glad that's what I'm gonna make. That's what I hope my deputy says. I hope my deputy says, you know what? That'd be fabulous. Instead of going to a different metro agency to become a sergeant or a lieutenant, I'm gonna run for sheriff. And you will reward that deputy in that situation, whether it be 8 years, 12 years, 16 years down the road,
Down the
whatever
road,
it is.
yep.
Yep, they will get rewarded. And I hope that those deputies stick around here because I got a great group of deputies. And I hope one day somebody that's in my office that's below me.
No one ever said you didn't have a great
runs for it.
group. Yep, you have a great group, that's correct. Yep.
Okay, well, so then if you wanna talk about the retention side of it, that's what we're talking about.
Thank you.
Well, I think to elaborate on Keisha's question, if next year 17% or whatever that number may be, but sooner or later, the dollars are gonna talk for themselves anyway. It can only go to a certain point before there's a breaking point.
Fair statement.
I mean, to me.
Yep.
If the dollars continue to go up, if the Auditors Association and the Treasurers Association and the County Attorneys Association all go to the legislature and start asking for more money, then it is incumbent on us and the voters to vote out their legislators if they don't like it. We cannot predict those actions.
Which will be an after the fact vote, but.
It doesn't matter. It's the process of the people electing their representatives saying this is what we want.
You're absolutely right. I don't disagree.
Good. But that's what people have to do. You can't put all that burden on 3 people elected to manage a budget. That's what we're elected to do. Manage the budget, manage the taxpayer interest within that budget. That's what this does. And you strip out all the other stuff. Because apart from all the other arguments, no one's saying nobody does their job. As a matter of fact, we're saying everybody does their job excellently.
We do, Mark, and that's the thing, but how we're elevating one.
But Keisha, that's your issue. I don't have that issue.
But okay.
Because I've done that my whole career.
That's fine.
Where I paid people more money than other positions. I don't have a problem with that. That's you guys. So you guys have to decide what you want. I'm telling you what I'm willing to do, what I'm willing to support. And I can make the math work for the taxpayer and for our staff. And as Steve said, that's what I do. Is there a motion?
Mr. Chair, can I suggest that perhaps we take a short recess? I want to take a look at the parliamentarian rule, whether or not you can make a motion on a three-member board or not. I'd like to have a couple of minutes to research that issue,
well,
because that may.
I guess I always thought I couldn't, Counselor.
And that's why I want to just make certain, you made it abundantly clear what your position is. It's a shame that that there isn't going to be a vote on your position. So at least then everyone would be of record where they stand.
Very good.
So if I,
Is there a motion for a recess so Ed can check this
What do you
question?
mean it's a shame that we, I didn't quite understand what you said there. And-
well, you made a motion, then it was defeated, but no one is making an additional motion. Mark is saying, I would like to make a motion, but I'm not certain that I can. That's the way, because at this point, are we just,
How do you know I wasn't ready to make a motion?
well, if you are, sir, that's why.
But I would like to get your,
I'd like to know what the answer.
I would like to know the answer to that also.
So is there a motion
That's fair.
for a 5-minute recess to allow Ed to research the question?
Yep, I'll make the motion for 5-minute recess.
Second,
McCombs,
aye.
Ramey,
Aye.
Johnner.
Aye.
Very good. We're in recess. Thank you. Thank you, Counselor. I always thought I couldn't.
That was that Robert's rule was
It's been.
parliamentary.
Okay, I think you're recording.
All right. Is there a motion to come back into session?
I move we come back into session.
I'll second.
Ramey,
Aye.
Johnner.
Aye.
McCombs.
Aye.
Very good. We took a 5-minute recess so Ed could do some research for us. Ed, what did you find out?
Mr. Chair, under a strict interpretation of Robert's Rules of Procedure, any member of the board can make a motion at any time, including to call a question or vote in general, any such matter. Traditionally, boards under 12, the chair does not traditionally make motions. Historically, there's no prohibition against it, but there's a view from some of the comments to Robert's Rules that it would give too much power to the chair. And so it's a discretionary issue for the chair, but there's no prohibition according to the rules, unless this board at some point in the future passes a resolution or changes the way in which it wants to conduct business beyond the traditional ways of following Robert's Rules.
All right, very good. Thank you. Thank you, Counselor.
Thank you, Ed.
Very good. Appreciate that. Well, with that in mind, and I've called the question a couple of times, I certainly don't want to have undue influence be the issue here, but I think we've had a pretty lively debate on the topic. Everybody's let their feelings be known in a fair and robust way. I think everybody needs to respect that, and everybody's going to have their opinion. But I'm going to make a motion to accept the comp board recommendation as presented. And Jake will have to figure out the process for this, but line iteming out the supervisor raise. So taking the supervisor raise out.
Yeah, we will have to look at that process. There's a notice, or there's a timing period there, so.
Sure, but we can still
You can
make
make
that.
that as a caveat.
But we'll make that as a caveat pending the notice provisions and all those types of things, but we can't do it in 2 steps. We've got to do it now. Very good. You got it? All right. As my motion, is there a second?
In lieu of the conversations that have taken place, and in consideration of the budgets, I will second that motion.
We have a motion and support. Is there any additional discussion?
Well, I think we've all made our comments. I think, and actually, I'm glad that we've had this open, candid conversation. I really do.
Very good. Yeah, absolutely. Very good. With that, Jake, roll call, please.
So the order is McCombs,
Aye.
Ramey,
Aye.
Johnner.
Nay.
Very good. Motion carries.
Just, Mr. Chairman, quick. Mr. Chairman, quick question. Our can I go, my budget presentation's tomorrow. If you need me to stick around, I'm more than willing to.
No,
Questions or anything on that, but otherwise
Appreciate
I
it.
will plan on seeing you guys tomorrow at 1 o'clock for
absolutely.
my budget presentation.
Appreciate that, Sheriff. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Good.
Thank you. Very good. All right, other item that I'd like to kind of go through, since we check that off the list. So comp board off. Any desire to talk about Fund 2? Actually, I would like to talk about Fund 2.
No, I'm in support of, I was thinking at least 15 to 20, so, I mean, I do think that we need to be fair, for the taxpayer, I do think that it would be nice, for tax relief. So I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, I don't have a problem either. Maybe it'll make this the last discussion we'll lose either swallow.
Very good. Well, I will call for a motion on Fund 2. Is there a motion for reduction of the levy?
I'll make the motion to, reduction of the levy of 20 cents.
So
On Fund 2.
just to be clear then, so the reduction on the levy of the 20 cents, it will go from 2.401 to 2.201, is that right?
That is correct, Jake. Thank you.
So I can
Yes,
put
yes.
that in the system and send you the new.
Yep.
Correct.
Yep.
Thanks.
Second.
We have a motion and support on reduction of the Fund 2 levy by 20 cents. Again, that'll take $374,144 out of that ending fund balance.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
All right, Jake?
However it lands. Ramey?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
McCombs?
Aye.
Very good. I want to compliment the board on the most significant tax reduction we've done in 10 years. So, very good. Fix that off. List.
I'm gonna go to Lost next to get that.
Yeah, let's go to lost, Jake. That's good. Good. Let's do that.
The main thing there would just be the distribution.
Right.
And
Do you have?
the continuing, yeah.
Could you pull that up for us? Unless it's here accessible.
I believe you guys have it in your folders, but I can.
I've got it here on the lost tab, but if you wouldn't mind pulling it up so everybody could see it.
Sorry, brain freezing where I gotta go. So at this point, if this is what I think where you want it to be, or also maybe. This is the 2-year layout of where you would be
So I gotta get to the lost fund.
effectively saving, per Tyler's, good conversation you guys had with secondary road department, and not spending anything else out of this is all you would use in 21-22, and this is all you use in the 22-23. So, what we,
The second to last bond payment.
yes, sir,
Yeah,
for the LEC.
for the LEC, yeah.
Yeah. That was that wraparound effect for when the DK will start in.
Yep.
So that offsets each other, so there isn't a big bounce.
Remind me, if we can, because on how we do the city of Pella and city of Knoxville, is that a legislative mandate that we send out that money?
No,
No,
that's
not.
for the 2080
2080s.
agreement that's been
Yeah.
in effect for quite some time.
Okay.
So it's a percentage, it's a 2080 agreement between Pella, Knoxville, and the county.
Do we know how other counties do it?
It's just a fairly unique situation.
Okay.
So what we, for budget and for resolution and things, for the property, we're gonna just call it the property tax reduction or, trying to blank on the word. This percentages of the 30 and 20 is half of what the county gets in for the local option sales tax. That is at your discretion. The budget now holds these two as cash revenues, cash inflows. Sorry, I can put it right over there by Renee as well. So if you guys want to change that or not, this would correspondingly direct to those cash flow balances that we talked about. This is what's projected for revenue in those budgets. There's really nothing you can do about the collection of said local option sales tax. The voters just affirmed it moving forward for the township. But this breakdown percentage here, and then just confirming the $300,000 used to reduce the debt levy for the 1 more year would be, that's in the budget as well.
Okay.
You want to confirm that, and then if there is a change in these percentages here, one way or the other, this is just the way it's been done for several years. But you can't, this is at your discretion.
Right. So with what we just did, again, going with the concept of looking at Fund 2 and what should be in Fund 2 and using sales tax revenue to support property tax reductions, one of the intents, the intent of the sales tax referendum anyway. Is there any desire of the board to increase lost funding to Fund 2?
Well, I also wanted to talk, and this is just a discussion item, and how is there any possibility in the future that we could look at lost after Junction 92 is done, of possibly putting some money aside for the trail, in which we didn't feel like we could justify with the ARPA funds because we couldn't do it all, but putting money aside in hopes that we could start segments and
Well,
that would be this, sorry.
Go ahead, Jake. We're going to say the same thing.
That would be this top one.
Yes.
The 50% that's for projects.
Okay.
So that would directly align with that, Keisha.
Okay.
Okay.
So you'll have, and especially once that law enforcement comes off, because right now we're using 300, if I understand you, 300 to the 800.
300, yes.
Yeah, for debt reduction. So you've got 500 at a minimum there to start thinking about if you want to save for some type of special project.
And that's what Tyler is referring to as he projects out trying to get the, so like.
Which I'm sure we'll see this afternoon.
We got that now.
He's got like 29.
I don't want to talk about it now.
He's got like 29 slides, I think.
I don't want to talk about it now. Tyler, I don't want you to talk.
Oh, I just give.
You're going to talk all afternoon. No, go ahead. Go ahead. Put a gag order on
I
Tyler.
just wanted to address Keisha's
Counselor, how do we do
comment.
that?
You said in the meeting, he's the most important person in the county.
Oh, well, that's gonna come back. That's gonna, think of the pressure on you, Tyler.
and they said we
If you want
weren't
to get home.
that we could be sometimes boring. I guess not today.
So just to address Keisha's point, you could now, the ask for Junction 92, there would still be funds available at the time. If let's say we withdrew all the $2 million that I'm asking for at one time, there's still funds available. There's a balance in local option sales tax at that time.
Right.
So if you wanted to start setting funds aside now, you could. Something I will talk about this afternoon is some risk and concerns of mine. We'll talk about that this afternoon.
No, I think that's fair. Thank you very much. So, so Jake, I mean, in terms of establishing our distribution, which is what you're asking us to do.
Right.
Right now, the 50-30-20 is, my question is, Keisha, given what you just said, we've got 800 going into that projects fund right now. And we're taking money out to pay off the debt, or law enforcement center, almost done. We could certainly increase that and put more in there.
The 50, so ballot language was 50 to projects and 50 to the relief.
Didn't we change this distribution last year?
We did make it was kind of an open, more
We
open language.
We did change it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So is there a desire to put more into Fund 2? Is what I'm saying. Because it fits the property tax relief idea. That was also part of the ballot language as well.
would you be reducing somewhere else or just taking that? Yeah, that's what I'm trying to understand.
What it literally, if that's the case, it would literally, you would lower what would go into the general fund.
Right.
And more to the supplemental, which would offset that balance. That's the,
So the
that's
question,
the
the
thing.
question really is, and you're right, you're trading those dollars, or you're
Yeah.
exchanging those dollars, but where do I get the relief to the taxpayer? I don't take Fund 1 down. So I can't change the levy. So when I'm thinking of the levy, that stays 350, because if I drop it to 349, Fund 2 and all its liabilities go over to Fund 1.
Yeah, we confirmed that too.
Yeah, yeah. And that would be a bad day for Fund 1,
Yes, it would.
right? So the question is, how do we support our health and welfare benefit plans? And can we do it through sales tax revenue more and more? Still having some levy in there. I'm not saying I think not going to zero, but that provides property tax relief to the taxpayer in a way we can't do in Fund 1. The only thing we can do in Fund 1 is just regulate how much we spend. Right? And right now we have a balance to the good, about $1 million. Revenue projections have been pretty level over the last several years on Fund 1. So that's where the dial is. So it's between these two. The 50% stays where it's at.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Sorry, are you just saying switch to 20 and 30?
Or some component thereof.
So if you switch, it's a direct flow. If you switch either of these around, then it just affects the ending fund balance of the Fund 1, that cash flow, the other thing.
Exactly. Exactly.
The general fund, the cash flow this year is a little bit, public health grants and stuff has some effect.
I'm willing to leave it alone. We can leave it alone
Yeah.
I'd
too.
like to leave it alone and see where we're at next
Just see
year.
where we're at.
But yeah, and just keep in
Don't-
mind, I would like to
It's
So
hopefully
let's put a note
form a
there.
committee and
It's good
Look at the
direction.
trail.
It'll be brought a resolution at a later date when we get to actually propose budgets and things.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Projections.
If we want to just
However
leave
you
it.
guys are comfortable.
So if we're all in agreement to leave it as is, then is there a motion to leave lost funding distribution as presented?
I'll make that motion.
a second.
Johnner,
Aye. Excuse me, aye.
Ramey,
Aye. Very good. Very good, thank you. Jake, is there anything else from your end that we need to take care of?
those are the absolute big things from that budget standpoint, unless you have, for big picture, that flows through to fund balances and things of that nature. You know, how you structure the health insurance plans and all that is
Yeah, next big
It's
thing
related
would be
to-
health insurance.
reflective on this. And then if you have any directives to individual departments that they need to know about, but big picture.
Right.
You're there.
Okay, very good, thank you. So let's talk health insurance then, since it is 10:29, we have time. Hope everybody got a chance in the midst of all this to look at the proposals. As I said yesterday, maybe I said it yesterday, I don't remember, they're kind of all running together. Thanks, Lisa. So in the presentation we had from Holmes Murphy, she brought up the possibility of changing providers as a way to mitigate the rate increase we were getting from Wellmark. So just by way of refreshing, Wellmark is proposing a 10.42% rate increase on our health insurance plan. That equates to $219,000 and change. And that's all in costs, employer, employee, across the board. Holmes Murphy proposed a couple of options to mitigate that increase. Of course, we can leave the plan as it is, but one of them was to change providers to a provider called Gravy. That sounds a little,
Gravy.
yeah, groovy, gravy. The other was to maybe change how we offer benefits within the Wellmark plan, i.e. changing the PPO portion of it, to maybe increase deductibles.
We got the slideshow.
I'll slow down.
That makes you happy, doesn't it?
Does it make me
I
happy?
like the lamb. I like the sheep and the baby. That's adorable.
We all need something to.
All right. So Lisa's
Like
putting this up on the board. I'll just finish talking through this. So changing the Wellmark plan to increase deductibles, change cost structures to maybe mitigate that. I've got the wild hair idea of maybe cutting our dental contribution as a county and using some of those funds to offset the rate increase for health insurance, either leaving the plan as is or changing. Because we've got some cash in our dental account that's been built up over the years. So we can make a change in that. So there are some options to try to address that. And number one is we can just leave it as is. I was going to have a phone call with Gravy. I decided not to do it. So I'm already of the opinion we should stay with Wellmark unless the board says, hey, we want you to have a phone call with Gravy. I told you my rationale. I don't really want to do a material change.
We already had that discussion already.
Did we?
Yeah.
Oh, earlier. We talked about the same with Bloomberg.
Okay. Well, I guess because we have people in here that, so do you mind if I repeat myself?
I thought, yeah, go ahead.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
I'm waiting.
Are you waiting?
I'm
That was
waiting.
a long time ago this morning, so we might need a refresher.
All right, so not to go with Gravy, not to have that call, it's too late in the day to make those changes. There, is that okay?
Yep.
All right, we'll put a pin in it there.
That's twice you said that.
I'll start counting how many times you repeat yourself. I'll lose track. All right.
Yeah, you probably will.
So, health insurance, let's talk about it.
Lisa, remind us, so when looking at this, we currently have 41 on the HMO plan, 112 on a PPL plan, and 6 on the high deductible?
Sure. What page are you looking at?
6, page 6, I'm just trying to, but you go, what slide, yeah. So those numbers, I got those benefit overview.
So this one looks better.
Okay.
Because this is our current plans, HMO, PPO, high deductible. And then that
What
shows
page are you on there?
also to the
5,
left,
okay.
corresponding with the way they have theirs, HMO, PPO, high deductible. It shows down there, the number of singles that we have on there and the number of family.
Okay.
So they just take those numbers and assume at renewal that no one's gonna switch plans. This is what the renewal will look like.
And just remember again, from a budget standpoint, everybody was told to put 13 in the budget. Because that was our initial read from Wellmark, and it came down to 10.42, so. Thank you.
Okay.
You have to tape it to me like that.
If you look at, if I don't wanna take it away from you, Mark, but
No, it's all right.
if you want to look at,
Steve doesn't want to hear me talk anyway.
okay, I'll talk. So if you want to move to page 7 of that book, that would be, the top part is our current medical rates. You'll see the single family for each one broken down, what the employer costs, employee costs, what the percentages are, and then what the total cost is that oh, I got myself in this, sorry, the employee cost and the county cost. And then if you keep those same percentages in the middle, same breakdown, nobody moves plans, that would be your rate increases. And if you look at the very bottom of the page, that will be the actual dollar increase for both employee and employer. So you look at the 185,801 was actually the employer cost, which would be our cost. The 219 obviously is all in.
Right.
Part,
Right.
part of it is employees, part of it is the county.
I have a question.
Sure.
So when looking at this and you're looking, I'm at the middle section there, green, keep as is.
Okay.
Okay, family plan costs us $12.58 for the HMO, okay? We know it costs PPO $13.72. And then the family plan's $12.49 for high deductible. That puzzles me. It shouldn't, I mean, when a high deductible, I mean, shouldn't it be a little, I mean, I guess I need
Okay.
a better explanation on.
Okay, so you're looking at the employer cost.
Yep.
So go clear to the right on that same part. That is an actual total cost of the whole plan. Look at that column instead.
Okay.
So if you go, stay in the middle, go clear to the right, that's what Wellmark is charging us per month per plan. So the HMO, the top one, the actual plan itself, they charge us $663.44 every month for one employee. They charge us $1,634.87 for one family plan
Right.
a month. So if you look at that, your high deductible is only $1,400. It is cheaper than the HMO and the PPO. Does that make more sense to you?
I'm just trying to better understand.
Keisha, wasn't your point that you thought the high deductible would be a lot less expensive?
Yeah. I mean, I kind of am, puzzled that it's not.
Meaning,
But I mean, I get that
cheaper than $1,400.
right. Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
But
Yeah.
is there any issue? Is the number created by any way based on the low number of participation for the county? Does that drive the price?
Well, our low numbers or small group.
But the low number of participation in the high deductible plan is what Ed's asking.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh, you're
They're
talking about the plan
asking
itself.
about the low participation. They're asking is the low participation in the high deductible health plan, what's driving that price to look a little higher?
Yeah, some of it will. We got six on that right now.
Yes. For single and two family.
Some of it. Losses, so if you go through what's really driving our rate increase, okay, we've got severity issues, and that's predominantly prescription drugs. It's like 70-some-odd% of our increase is associated with that, is drug. And that's just because the cost of medication has gone materially higher.
Can I ask a question like, please?
To go back to what you said, Tyler, I'm not sure we would ever get enough participation because of the size of our total group to bring that
down.
rate down materially, okay? It's going to be cheaper. The place where we're really off is the county probably supports the PPO plan at too high a rate. So that what would change a little bit is if we dropped our employer contribution.
Right, and that's
'Cause
where we get the question.
Because the
from our
differential,
employees.
the differential here and here, that's the real issue. There's not much of a gap. It's increased over time because of changes that we've made, but we haven't been able to ratchet that up probably to where it should be.
Ratchet up the number of employees on the HMO.
Yes. And you do that predominantly through either changes in your deductibles, changes in the plan type for PPO, or changes in cost structure. That's what you do.
Right, and that's last year when the employer contribution to the PPO family changed. We got questions from employees that now the county share of the PPO plan versus the county share of the high deductible plan plus the HSA contribution is either the same or equal, and in this instance of the single plan, it is actually more. So there was concern that that the HSA was being over incentivized to draw people to it, and then maybe the contribution to the HSA would go away in the future, resulting in savings. I
So-
brought this up to Lisa last year, if you remember.
Yeah.
So,
And when the contribution percentages were changed, so my question, my overarching question.
so I wanna stop there, because I wanna answer one at a time.
Sure.
If it's up to me, we'll actually increase our incentives for the HSA over time. I would rather give employees money for a healthcare savings account than put it into the HMO and PPO plans. That's just me. I've been a strong advocate of HSAs since they came out. I've always had one. Okay? And those dollars, as they accumulate, especially if you're younger, you eventually get to take with you upon retirement to utilize as another IRA or for health costs, whatever you decide to do. So there's massive advantages from my perspective financially on the HSA side. Now, I know that's not everybody's druthers because of whatever situations are, but I would see over time, especially because of the cost of the PPO plan, that plan will eventually become too expensive for us to continue to contribute at these rates. This is actually a bigger deal than salaries. Okay? And I don't want to criticize anybody, but health insurance is a higher cost. We look at it just dollars to us. Obviously, it's $211,000. The employer costs alone are $185,000. So it's a big, and that number's just going to keep going up.
Yeah, I don't disagree with the importance of that, because the percentage of rate increase.
Yeah.
I completely agree.
Yeah.
So the second part to and I kind of get what you're saying there, but the second part of my question kind of stems back to, I think, the question Ed posed when Holmes Murphy was here, was that last week, about the plans, employee plus.
I'm just asking,
Rating tiers.
Right, my only reason for staying for this discussion was I hope that, it's very difficult, as you said, it's very difficult, for example, to tell your employees, hey, we're gonna switch providers, and the reason for gravy and all, I'm glad that the board reached the conclusion it did there. I'm hopeful that since we have time on our side before the next time Holmes Murphy comes back, I really hope the board asks them to put together employee plus children as an option, because I think we're gonna see a number of families that are currently on your family plan that would immediately switch to that plan, and that would save the county money and employees money. And I recognize you can't do it overnight.
Yeah.
But if we can plan.
Probably not this renewal, Ed.
No, I'm not saying this, I'm anticipating having this conversation next year, but I'm hopeful that it isn't sprung on Holmes Murphy, that they can look at it, because
Does it go, if we switch it, does it, then more costs shift to the families as a whole?
Yeah.
Is that how that works?
Yeah.
Okay.
The family goes
So
outrageous.
our dilemma with a plan our size, and it's not a criticism, it's just we don't have a large group. The dilemma has always been how to keep the family plan from going too high. Okay? Because that's the cost that's going to continue to go up for obvious reasons.
Unless we, I mean, I'm
So
just
if you
thinking
do
outside the
rating,
box.
if you do the rating tiers that Ed is talking about, very common in the private sector world. I've always had a structure like that, but I've got a larger group to work with, where that segmentation actually brings the rates down materially. So that would be the issue Holmes Murphy's going to face, Ed, is what would that group look like?
Well, I'm assuming the PPO would be phased out
Eventually.
with that analysis.
But right now, I mean, we've got a number of our folks, that's
Biggest
the
one, yeah.
biggest plan we have, to get them off that plan, so.
And
but
I've
we will
heard
look at
people
that.
say they don't, I mean, they really want the PPO plan.
I've thought
so.
about it a couple of years, Ed, on the rating tiers, and maybe next year I'll have Holmes Murphy do some deep dive on there and see if it does any good for us. That's a fair comment,
They can do that.
so.
So my other question really piggybacks off that and comments that were made, I think, by Holmes Murphy as a result of Ed's question the other day. That as you expand or add plans to your portfolio, it maybe doesn't bode well for the premiums on any one of the plans necessarily. Right. So because we're so close to what the county is putting in for high deductible versus PPO, I'm just asking the question here, would it make sense to go to one plan, PPO? Would that bring down the rate of that plan? And I don't know the answer, I was just, because of the comment made the other day, I thought, well, what if there's only one plan offered, the Cadillac plan?
No, actually, that would be
Yeah,
bad.
probably cost us, yeah.
And
We get a rate offset because of the HMO plan. If you were
because of
if
what
you
the
high deductible
offerings
too?
are in the plan?
yes,
Okay, okay.
yes. If you want to go the other way and offer only an HMO, we'll bring our rate down.
Okay.
And I'm all for it. So Tyler's proposing to go to the HMO only plan. I think that's what I heard.
Asking the question, and you answered the question. Thank you.
Oh, that wasn't it?
I took the mic. They're done.
Plan expert.
Yeah, a Cadillac plan, Tyler, which our PPO is a very rich plan. Would, especially with our demographic distribution, our rate would probably be, what did Holmes Murphy say? Some people were getting 17, 18, 19%?
I think so.
We have that comparison to,
Because we actually should have got 14.
Right, 10 is outstanding.
And Wellmark is giving us 4%, just based on our history with them and the fact we're part of their group. Remember, they do 60-40 rating. So they're putting more of their pooled dollars to our credit, where some companies do 70-30. It's more the individual contract holder, less the company. But good comments. Those are very good comments. Keep thinking about these things. It's not easy to construct a plan that meets your employees' needs, keeps it affordable. The one thing I didn't like last year is that, and this has happened a couple of years now, especially when you get off of more of our highly compensated folks, raises are being eaten up in health insurance costs. And so if we want to talk fairness, that's not right. I've never liked that. Even in the private sector, I never liked that when companies forced, because of performance, we didn't have as big a pool of dollars to give to our employees, but yet health insurance kept going up. We always argued that that's just not right. So we're trying this year, at least for me, to make sure that the raises, some of the things we've done with ARPA money, aren't eaten up just in health insurance rate costs. So anyway, what, Lisa, maybe walk us through the option. I'll let you kind of run this, and then I don't have to listen to me talk all the time. What are the options that Holmes Murphy told us, in addition to leaving the plan as is, and forget about gravy, but what's the other possibilities for Wellmark, other than going to Tyler's suggestion, full HMO? Oh, not that. Okay.
I think the only ones that we have are, this one, sorry, it takes me a minute to switch.
Sorry.
This is where, yeah, I was looking at this one too, the current rate, and then you switching, there's a little bit of a difference in what the PPO plan and the HMO and
This one,
more
they
of an
changed
increase.
it up a bit, and usually it seems current enrollment. And then she's just assuming that the 3,000, that you would put 3,000 towards a
family
family HSA.
versus a single is a 1,500, is that correct?
Yes.
So this is well, let's stay with that one for a minute. So, again, assumption,
Current enrollment stay the same.
everything stays the same. This is doing more for the HSA, the high deductible plan, correct?
Mhm.
And you can see over there in the totals, the changes there, and then the cost structure change as well, down here on the bottom. Okay, so go to the top, it kind of
I'm
gives
sorry.
you, go to the top, this at least tells you what it, very, very top, there you go. This is where we renew with Wellmark, keep the PPO buy-up, family HSA, and we increase the employer contribution to $3,000 a year from $1,500. That's what this proposes.
Was that for single and family?
Yes.
Okay, I'm
Yes.
sorry.
Oh, it would be both or we leave one at 15 and then go up to 3,000?
I think it was proposed, 15.
Yeah,
for
15,
single.
yeah.
If,
Yeah.
yeah,
15 for
Increase
single and
the
3.
family.
That's
Yeah,
what
that's
I
how I-
thought, but I
They're,
wasn't
they're
sure.
both the 15 at this point.
So to increase the family contribution to 3,000, yeah. Okay. And what's our other one? We have another one here.
So Wellmark, PPO buy-up, family HSA, employer contribution increased to 3,000 for family, assumed shifts to HMO. So if we saw some, sorry, my mouse is. So she's assuming on this one, at the bottom, if you see, assumes 25% enrollment shift from PPO to HMO.
So then more numbers would be,
And what's driving the shift?
At this point,
Shift in what you pay.
Shifting the
yeah, if
HMO.
if somebody just said, I'm not gonna keep paying the increases in the PPO, I'm gonna switch to the HMO.
So we're increasing the PPO plan to incentivize people to go to the HMO plan.
Right.
That's what this is
25%, yeah.
representing, okay?
Okay.
But you can see the cost change.
Mhm.
It's a significant cost difference. And it's more evenly distributed. Down here at the bottom.
Yeah, I'm, okay, yeah, that's what I was,
So you think about what we
So
saw
where
on the
would
original page, which is like 180 some odd thousand for the county, takes it down dramatically. You're staying with Wellmark, but you're changing that cost structure like I talked about to bring people to the HMO plan, which offers everything our current PPO plan does. It just requires, especially if you need certain referral, it requires more referrals.
And actually, I go to a specialist, I did not need a referral on the HMO.
Okay,
As long as they're in the HMO network,
but what about out of network?
that would be out of state.
Right.
So out of state, if it's not offered in the state of Iowa, they tell me that University of Iowa has good services. So if the procedure is not offered in the state of Iowa, you could get a waiver from Wellmark to go out of state.
Okay.
It's possible.
Has that changed in the past few years then?
No, that's always been the same.
There's
If you
been-
remember, we had, I can't remember the gal's name with Wellmark, came down and said, if you take a look at what Iowa City and the hospitals in Des Moines offer, there's a lot of services offered in Iowa.
It's just procedurally different to go out of state, but cost-wise, it's more affordable to the county.
I switched last year and I've had no hiccups, and like I said, I go to a specialist, an allergist, and actually, my copay's cheaper when I go.
and
because
I
it's only
switched last
25.
year too, and I've not had any issues
And
either.
just understand that buy down is assuming a 20% shift.
25.
Well, it says assume 20% PPO enrollment
Oh,
shift.
she has this 20,
Down at the
Oh,
bottom is done,
that was
yeah.
a typo on her part.
Oh,
Yes.
then down here
Yep.
at 25, so
Yep.
which is it?
Do you remember?
Not that it's 20 or 25.
20 or 25.
But it requires that shift, you get less than that, those dollars, those savings change, but it's still a savings.
Can I just clarify, because I'm pretty
Yep.
basic on it, that when you talk about out-of-state services, you're not talking about like emergency services, somebody's traveling or
No.
something and goes,
Correct.
it's like if you want to go out-of-state for a procedure, like for special treatment or something.
Correct.
Correct.
Emergency services, those
If it's-
types of things.
If it's a true emergency, then you have coverage.
Otherwise, you would be paying the out-of-network cost.
There is no out-of-network, you pay the full cost, and it wouldn't be credited to your deductible or
If you wanted
out-of-pocket
to go
amounts.
out-of-state for a certain treatment, and you
Correct.
only wanted to get there.
And if it's not, if that service is not available in Iowa, then you would just go to Wellmark and ask them for an exception.
And if they are vacationing,
Yes.
and if it's not a true emergency, doctor on demand.
Yep. So we have the doctor on demand. If I'm if someday I get to Florida and I sit on the beach and I, get a sinus infection and I need to go to the doctor, I'll do doctors on demand. They'll see me and then they can send a prescription to the Walgreens down the street and I'll be good.
That doctors on demand is a whole nother conversation, but it's interesting. It's an interesting dynamic
And
the
it's,
Doctors Association is
and
there,
with COVID
you know,
now, it's just,
or the hospitalization, I guess, hospitals
you know, before
association.
COVID, we were just introducing it, and now since COVID, it's like, oh yeah, we just telemed, so.
Okay. Are those the only, do we have other options?
Can I ask you just another basic question?
Sure.
So if a lot of our increase is based off of pharmacy, is there ways to, this may not be good, this may be good or bad or whatever, but incentivize using generic drugs and things like that?
That
Is
would
that-
be you.
That's a good question, and we asked the same thing. We asked several years ago for employees to switch from name brand to generic, and they have done that, and that is still working well.
Okay.
The new drugs that are coming out to treat things are the ones that are the driving factor.
And those that
So-
haven't made it to the generic status?
Exactly, yep.
So let's, I mean, in all, and without getting into specifics because of privacy issues, but we have an aging workforce. We have an increase in severity, and we have a need for drugs that are fairly new. Cost goes up. That's just that's the math. So there aren't any generics to replace it.
I used to be on no drugs and now I want a couple.
Wouldn't be work related, right?
I'm on one too, Jake. It's called bourbon.
I'm gonna be after today.
Just wait till Saturday.
I said today.
I think this is something as a whole that when we think of salaries, we think of this, what we're looking at in whether, we want to increase a cost here or we want to keep it the same and add that as part of a benefit. Those are some things that I think I've been contemplating.
So if I understand this correctly, a family, just want to make sure I understand the math. If you are currently on the PPO, have a family plan, and you switch to the HMO for the upcoming year, you're going to save in excess of $1,000 of cost because the family increase is $156, but the PPO, but it's only $37 and some change for the HMO. Is that correct?
Right.
So
That's correct. You are correct.
And that is the reason I switched last year.
I did the same thing.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. So when you think about it from a budgetary standpoint, probably most of our departments have still budgeted heavily weighted to PPO because most of our people are on it. So the more people understand that the HMO plan, A, saves you money and offers essentially the same coverage for cheaper rates, while that helps us on the budgetary side, it also helps the employee on the cost side. Okay.
So from the budget standpoint of what you guys are projections, I mean, any assumptions that any of these costs for the departments are included? So any less amount that gets shifted one way or the other from county to employee, however these plans shift, would be covered, and that would just be less of that red
Yep.
fund balance
Numbers would
negative.
go down, yeah.
Right, the fund, yeah.
Yeah, it's
I don't
actually
know how to
gonna,
say
Be in the black
negative-
more, yeah.
the negative would be less.
That's the reason why we're budgeting. I know in my department, I've taken Jake's advice, and that is that you budget everyone at the PPO, because if they all take it, it's difficult to come back from your fund to budgetary issues.
right.
But quite honestly, I think all of us, if we see the shift, and quite honestly, I think, just not speaking for all employees, but when you realize that price difference is now $120 more a month, I think we're going to see more than the anticipated and that will generate tremendous savings for the county
Right.
on each line item budget.
And that's,
Because we budgeted at 13% for 100%
Yeah.
PPO.
PPO,
yeah,
Right.
and that's still increasing the HSA contribution to 3,000.
Right.
The high deductible.
So are we looking at the middle is what the proposed is gonna be? Is that for
Yeah,
employee?
Right there.
Mhm.
That's the current up there, and that's the, assuming that shift.
I gotta be honest, I still struggle with the math here. To my earlier question, how that saves the county money?
And when regarding what, the HMO or the high deductible?
High deductible. More people that go to the high deductible.
Because they pay
more and more
that-
the county is going to
That out of
pay
pocket
With
first.
the contribution piece.
We're not trying to save money with that plan, Tyler, other than on the insurance side.
To keep
So
those,
the
levels.
net result. will
your
be
premiums, yeah, is
year
that, is,
after year is the savings.
Exactly.
yeah,
Mhm.
that percentage, yeah.
And we're giving the employee a benefit that they can take with them.
Which, great.
I mean, if you think about it from a public standpoint, you get IPers, you might have some other, I don't know what other, maybe your sick leave, whatever payout. But what other, when you think retirement, do you take with you? Other than what you saved and invested on your own.
Right.
So what the high deductible does is offer, what we're doing is willing to shift some dollars out of what we pay for standard insurance plans and give that back to the employee. And put it in a savings account that they can either use for their, it's pre-tax, so you can go to the doctor, pay your co-pays with it, it's pre-tax money. It's better use of those dollars, given the fact that Michaela can't, she tells me we can't get interest rates now, so there's no interest on money. So it's a great use of those dollars, or if you don't spend it, you take it with you when you retire. And if you're here for any length of time, like some of you are here for decades, that's not an insignificant amount of money.
No, I think from the employee's perspective, that's great. My clarification was what you stated. The
So-
risk goes a little bit to the employee side, but they still have some benefit also from
Yes.
what you just stated. But the risk, the net result of that risk going on the employee is that the county's cost will ultimately go down.
Exactly.
Gotcha. Thank you for the clarification.
Yeah.
If you're HSA or gambling, you don't have to use it.
And-
No,
It's
No,
a
it's
good
their
benefit, yeah,
use.
yeah.
I know.
and it's pre-tax money.
And I just wanna say, I found my note, it is 20%, Mark, this chart is assuming a 20%.
Okay,
I meant the high deductible, not the HSA.
well, it's the same.
And I think that, depending on however we go, I think education, educating people, I know that necessarily people don't always like that risk that first year. I mean, if savings or, maybe having the extra and if something were to happen, having the extra in this and in their own personal savings account. But yeah, but you're still making premium payments. I mean, you would still have, the deductible in which if you were in the hospital. So I mean, it's all that education piece that I think.
And we're happy to help with that, and so is Holmes Murphy. And there are tools out there that people have already, that if they could go out on their app, on the Wellmark app, you can see what you spent on your health care, and then add your premiums that you paid every year. That's your total cost that you paid for health insurance. Take a look at that. I think you'd be surprised the number of people that, I know somebody that ran the numbers and was like, I just gave the county $4,000 and I didn't use health insurance last year. Well, if I shift those dollars, now I can keep more of that money myself. You're gonna give me some, and now I have something else to take with me when I retire. It doesn't work for everybody, and my thing is you have to be able to sleep at night with it.
Right.
But if you take a look at all in what you are paying with your premiums, and then what you spent last year, take a look at that. you'd be shocked at what you have spent. There's my lecture.
Took a while, didn't it, Lisa?
Yes, I know, it did.
I'm gonna argue for the HSA in this comment.
Okay.
This comment.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
give him the
I've
mic.
always been for
Yeah.
HSA.
oh, sure, sure, now you
He
say that,
actually
now you
has.
say,
Used to have one. I
I,
wish we'd had it when I started here as an employee.
well, sorry, I'm just slow, Tyler.
But enough to what Lisa just said, I actually have a few employees with HSAs. The comments I receive is instead of paying, they're actually shocked at what they have to pay. You know, I think Ed just mentioned this to me, you know, if you go pay your copay $25 for a doctor visit, you pay $188, and you think you're gonna pay full price for a prescription as a result of that appointment, but they've been shocked at how cheap stuff is. So is that
Yeah.
because insurance companies,
Negotiate? I'm
Yeah.
sorry,
Yeah.
the negotiation.
That's
So-
having a company that is
I don't know
85%
how to
of the
state
market.
that,
So you still get so when you look at your, EOB, explanation of benefits, okay? For me, I'm on the HMO. So the doctor says, let's say I just go for a regular visit. They charge my insurance company $200. And Wellmark says, yeah, that visit, I'm only gonna pay you $100 for. So they wipe off that $100, and now I only have to pay $100. So you still get the credit for being in the Wellmark
So you just pay the
network.
$100?
yeah, that's what we
Yes.
ordered.
Yes, you still get the benefit of being the savings, because Wellmark negotiates those costs, you know, if I have a cold or, you know, a shot or,
So prescriptions are
that
the
is.
same way then? Is that, I mean, like, you're still in that group? Is there still some of those that are out there that, you know, whether,
I've not heard that the prescriptions are
because they're not, it's something
outrageous,
like,
because if you take a generic, it's still cheap,
right.
is my thoughts.
Lisa, I think you've given a lot of valuable information this morning that I don't know that a lot of our employees know. And I'm not a huge fan of company-wide or county-wide meetings.
I know.
But I'm wondering whether or not with today's technology, is there any particular reason, maybe it's something that you now do on onboarding, that you talk about, here's how you download the app, this is where you can find this information. I'm wondering if you might be willing just to shoot a video that goes point by point, this is what you do when you put it up, so employees can have access to it. Because I think I have some fairly knowledgeable employees, but I can tell you, this is a conversation that we have over our lunch table about costs and the like, and I don't think any single person knows they can go online, hit a button, and find out what they spent in healthcare costs last year to make an informed decision.
And actually, I'm gonna tell you that it usually takes more than one time hearing it to understand it, because.
So record it, so we have it on
Yeah,
video.
right, and that's a great option, and we have actually talked about that, if we don't have in-person meetings this year, you know, ideally, that's what we like, because people start asking questions like you guys, and we all learn from the questions. So, yeah.
So I guess I'm gonna say this a little bit. Change is hard for folks. And I remember when we first proposed the HSA, I had a group of people in the boardroom at the courthouse arguing with me about the HSA plan. Looks like a pretty good deal right now, doesn't it? So anyway, change is hard. Insurance is a big benefit, and it's a big deal. I mean, it's one of the reasons you work, and we get that. I hope what our employees hear is that we're trying to maintain not the Cadillac plan, Tyler, because we can't afford that. And frankly, you can't either. But to give us the most competitive benefit plan that we can have, given the dollars that we collect. We don't want our employees to have to go to a substandard insurance carrier or a self-funded plan, like many do. I don't trust pooling like that, because one or two losses, you're done. You're done. I've run pools like that before. They're not good. So we're offering a very stable plan with fairly stable cost structures that we can tweak, change, and modify as our group changes. And that's really the goal here. We don't want to make material changes year over year, but a tweak here, a change there on cost, and how we utilize the plan is how we can save money and offer really good benefits to everybody. So that's for you. That's what we want for our employees to the extent we can. Tyler?
One final question.
I get next.
At the top, it says 3,000 per year employer contribution
To the HSA.
to the HSA.
That's family.
$164 is not 3,000 per year.
Make it down the slide.
See what I'm saying?
And how do we, okay, so what
Wait
happens
a
if,
minute, let me do the math here.
It'd be 250.
Engineer doing math.
I will fix it. I mean, we'll ask her, I don't
We can
remember.
have them refigure.
Just like she had the error here, Tyler, she
Yeah.
might have a math error.
Just real
So-
quick, I wanted to add, Ed talking about employers, feel free to call Alicia. I actually switched to the high deductible, so if someone is really looking at numbers, she can walk them through, look at things too, so don't ever hesitate to reach out to her, because she's a great asset with Holmes Murphy. So,
But Keisha,
I don't know if, maybe it was the first year when I come in, when I started looking as the first budget session, and I know that we had kind of talked about differences. I don't necessarily want to get rid of the PPO plan, because I know there's people out there that really, they want that comfort and at night knowing that they have this Cadillac plan. But I was surprised that there was very little difference in what we had the HMO and we had the PPO at the time, and then shortly we offered the HSA or the high deductible plan. I guess moral of the story is I am in favor of some separation, because there is differences in that plan and it is costing more. So if it is something that you want, then it's going to cost a little more. But it's still not terrible.
It is not. If you remember Sarah's presentation from Holmes Murphy, when we put the comparisons on what our employees cost versus other employees, we still have great benefits at a great price.
all right.
Okay.
Any other discussion on this? Lisa, what's our drop dead date to decide on the renewal? It's not something we necessarily have to decide today or tomorrow. We give people time to think about it, but.
Correct. We can shore up this slide.
Make sure those numbers are correct. Yep.
Get some numbers if you want to see a different shift in the dollars for PPO versus HMO. What is it you want to look at? We can look at that. We would definitely want to have something done the first meeting in March, because turnaround for us, especially if we're going to educate people, we want to, it takes time to plan all that out, get the written material for meetings, hopefully in April and May.
Okay, so why don't we do this then? So, board, come up with scenarios you would like to have Sarah model. Get those to Lisa. And let's try to have this wrapped up at least by second meeting in February.
That would be awesome.
Yeah. Projections, if we have a huge shift in, we did go with the 3,000 on the family, what that would be looking like. I mean, I guess, I don't know.
Well, look, I'm going to tell you, I'm not an expert in the numbers and all that good stuff. However, when we offered the high deductible health plan, the projection was that 10 employees would move to the high deductible health plan. We had 6. So I would use Sarah's projections of 20% movement.
Okay.
That's a very high shift to me, because
you're not gonna, the 20% would be great.
right, but
Less than that is
our group doesn't tend to do that big of a shift.
right. And when you're
Now, don't get me wrong.
and when you're talking about the number of employees we have, even a 10% shift is material.
Yes.
So anyway, get whatever projections you would like to see, whatever scenarios you would like to see to Lisa. She'll forward those to Sarah. We'll shore up numbers and and thoughts around the type of plan, and second meeting in February. Maybe Lisa put it on both meetings in February,
Okay.
just to talk about, so we have it out there.
Okay.
And then we'll finalize what we're gonna do at second meeting. Okay?
Did you want to talk dental?
But not, sorry,
Go ahead.
this coming Tuesday already, because we're already in February.
Oh, it's on Thursday.
Second, I think it's second
Because we're
meeting.
working on agenda
All
for
right,
Tuesday.
second meeting, all right, yeah, we're
I
already.
just wanted to clarify, make sure.
The 8th or the
Yeah.
22nd.
The 8th, you don't need it on Tuesday, the 8th.
No.
We'll make it for the 22nd then.
Send me a.
Thank you, I forgot we're in February.
Yeah, that's what
Time flies.
it does.
So let's talk dental for a minute. This is where we have some changes proposed, or at least I'm thinking about some changes. What time's your lunch?
It's 12:30.
Okay.
We're good. So while she's getting that up, I want to make so that I understand when you say reduction on the dental, that number, that would be just us reducing that number. That wouldn't be, would that be doing something to the employee?
Yeah, they'll pay more.
They'll just pay more. Okay, there. I didn't know if that was a fund balance that it's kind of like accumulated and.
No, we would take money out of the county contribution for dental to cover some of that increase.
Shift
On
it
the
to
health
the,
insurance
to the health side.
Right.
Whatever that number may be.
Yeah, it
What do we
covered, if we did nothing to health insurance and absorbed that 185, I think it's about 185,000, that would at least give us some way to offset some of that cost increase from a county standpoint. And that would be doing then nothing to the plants, would be leaving everything as is.
Our dental, is that, when we go, and I'm just asking because I don't remember, do I show my Blue Cross Blue Shield? What is it? Is it under a plan of that sort? It's not a separate like Delta Dental card or
It's
anything
a
like that?
Delta dental card, but
It is, okay.
dental offices run your number, they run you before you even get there, so they don't even need to see your card. Cause they wanna know beforehand if you have insurance or if you're gonna pay cash or,
And keep in mind, you can use your HSA to pay for your dental. So, you don't even need dental insurance, really. It's a dumb insurance program. Well, it's the one insurance companies make the most money off of. I ran 3 dental programs. We wanted them because they're cash cows. So, looking at this, current rates, top, renewal rates, and then if we do a little different strategy as I'm talking about.
this is current, this is just current if we take it how it is.
Right.
Yep.
Oh, that's just increased cost.
That's just increased cost, it's 4 cents a single and $1.51 per
Yeah,
family.
so that's just changing that.
Currently what we have.
Yeah, so you can kind of see what, 54,000, 55,000 is what it would go to for the county contribution. There, I mean, that just summarizes it, 2.1% overall increase, not much across the board. You got all that?
Employee cost was.
Yeah, the employee cost will go up 4 cents on the single, will go up $1.51. The employer's gonna go up 65%, or 65 cents and 68 cents correspondingly. So, anyway, pretty small increases, 2% increase. So do we have the slide with that? The scenario 1, you got current on top, hold current funding rate, reduce the county by 50%. So this is if we take the county down by 50%. This takes the employees to 1570 on the single, 1652 on the family.
That's increase.
Yep, that's the increase, but it decreases the county contribution, as you can see, by about 27,000. Okay. So it's a $10 increase for the employees, $12. Let's go back to the previous slide, Lisa.
It's, I want to say closer to 14, maybe 74.55.
Yeah, I mean.
Well, it's right, 16.52 is right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. So,
Current is 7304 right here.
and these are monthly or biweekly?
This is monthly.
Monthly.
So currently they pay $1.65.
A single policy.
Yep,
employee
single
only.
file, and it would go up to $17.35.
Yes.
Mhm.
And a family then would pay $89.56 a month.
Seems like a lot, but I don't know what.
That's what I always paid in the private sector for dental. That's why I didn't buy dental anymore.
And actually, our dental prices are comparable also.
So
yeah.
that is a question that I wonder, I mean, again, they negotiate for you when you go to the dental office. Sorry, I want to talk.
Oh,
Like,
yes.
like our insurance. Again, since we're not, if you didn't have the dental, are you going to be paying that full price versus?
I know Mr. Ramey can probably answer the question better.
Yeah, because I don't know that.
I always ask for the cash rate. Do you have a cash rate? If I pay you cash, will you give me a discount? Chiropractors and dentists, it's common that if they don't have to mess with your insurance, they'll knock the price down because you're gonna pay cash.
Yeah, I get a cash rate for using my HSA. It's cash. And it's pre-tax cash, so it's an extra benefit.
I just was thinking.
And the dental world's a little different than the health world.
It is, because even like, we look at that's that scenario too, there is a benefit, because it goes through Wellmark. So
If you have the HMO, you have an eye exam at no cost on the HMO. The PPO, you don't have that.
oh, you don't have that on the PPO. Okay,
Right.
all right, that's good to know. Okay,
So
that's a benefit of the HMO.
Exactly.
So this proposal takes $27,000 back to the general fund, or is it Fund 2? It's Fund 2.
Fund 2.
And at least offsets some of that rate increase, whatever that turns out to be, for health insurance. So you've taken 183,000 down to, we'll just round it, 160, less than 160.
Do we know what the usage rate is of the dental plan countywide? Is it a high rate of use or is it a medium rate of use?
Well, it fluctuates, so it's hard to quantify, because our dental plan is self-funded,
Okay.
so we pay the actual claims.
Yeah, but if you look at the number of people who have it, it's a pretty high proportion of our employee base, right?
Oh, yeah, I mean,
88,
yeah,
54.
oh, absolutely.
So it's, a lot of people have it.
Is that, okay, I didn't know, he said, are they using it or do they have it?
Well, I'm extrapolating out that if they
Yes.
have it, they're gonna use it,
Right,
right? So,
especially if you're paying for it, I would hope that you would use it.
sure, but again, it kind of cuts both ways though. If it doesn't cost much, you're gonna sign up for it
Yeah, you're gonna
anyway,
sign up for it anyway.
just to have it.
But again, do your analysis of what you're spending and what you're getting.
Yeah. Because sometimes you can anti-select against yourself.
Exactly.
You charge so little in the insurance world, you get people on, they have claims, and suddenly your rates start going up because you're not charging enough.
So I would say we're probably maybe less than 10 people that would be eligible that don't have the dental. Roughly maybe 10, just a guesstimate there.
So anyway, options, not anything we got to decide today. Again, we'll put this on the same
Right.
timeline as the
I don't have
insurance.
this slide, I don't think.
I do not, I don't think we printed the dental
Yeah,
for
I
them.
don't-
We'll get you the
I don't have
dental.
it either. So think about that. Any other insurance we need to talk about?
The vision.
Oh,
Did you
yeah.
want to do anything with the vision? And
I
I'm
don't.
sorry, but this isn't gonna,
There's almost no impact.
No.
no.
So
But I think that's an education piece because I didn't know that. I mean, I had my eyes checked, but I mean, I didn't know that it was just an HMO versus the PPO plan. I don't know, so.
So on the vision, I always say this is not an insurance, this is a reimbursement plan.
Right.
Because you front the money and then you can possibly get money back. The only plan that has
Your eyes checked. You
the
can't.
eyes
It does
checked,
pay.
the exam, without paying for it, you know, through the high plan on the vision,
Yep.
is to go with the HMO.
Right.
I mean, that saves you over $100 a year.
Yep.
And that cost just keeps going up too, so.
Yep. It's a great benefit. the HMO
Yes.
plan.
Yeah, okay, so if you don't wanna touch those, the other, that's all for the insurance. We did get the flexible spending, fees. They were proposing going from 460 to 483. Sarah did go back to ISALT and we did get those back down to 460.
Okay,
So she did negotiate that for us, so,
good,
our flex fees will be staying the same.
good. For those people who use it, yeah. Very good.
So we're looking at, we have 1 year remaining on the rate guarantee for the life insurance, correct? That would,
Yes.
well, that'll be since we're aging.
I hope not. I hope it'll come in the same. You know, changing carriers is not fun. So.
I would like to take out one on Mark.
No comment.
You want a key employee plan, is that what you're saying? That means I'm really important.
He should be covered at a higher amount.
Only until it comes time to cash in, buddy.
To fight my wife for it. Anything else,
Thank you,
Lisa?
Lisa.
You're welcome. Thank you. I'm good if you're good.
I'm good. This
Okay.
was excellent. So we'll plan on end of February meeting.
Yes, we'll get
Cash
more
in.
information together.
If you want to have Sarah come down for that, that'd probably be good. That way, if there's any questions from the board, they can ask Sarah.
Yep, absolutely. She's already reached out and wanted to know if she needed to
That
come
would-
back to a meeting,
that
so
would be
we're glad
perfect.
to have her.
Be perfect. And we can finalize the strategy. Very good. It is 11:30. So I would entertain a motion for a recess until 2 o'clock.
Before we
When-
can I just recap where we were.
Michaela,
Okay,
the treasurer, is up.
I'll be here.
All right.
so
I don't have a PowerPoint.
What's that?
I
You don't have a PowerPoint?
Oh.
Sorry.
What?
Next year.
I'll give you a slide or two if you want.
So from an overall budget standpoint, I need to submit, or I will submit the max levy at what the original proposed rates were. Because it's just a not to exceed, that's that initial, to get that ball rolling.
Right.
Yep.
And obviously today you discussed going lower than that, that's not an issue.
Yeah,
We got that, I've got that ball rolling already to publishing with our new publication deadlines and stuff.
that's
We
fine.
have to keep going. Substantive changes into this at this point then would be the reduction of the Fund 2. And there, unless there's something else, there's no other specific changes coming at this time unless directed over the next couple of days.
That's right.
Right.
And
I just wanna make sure I'm clear on that and you.
you're clear on that. I think the only other major piece, big dial turner, will be as we think about employee raises that are within the budget. General salary, as long as, if we end up accepting the budget as presented, that will be no change, but the board may have,
Yeah,
people may look at some of those.
because again, budget is budget.
Because remember,
Pay raises in July 1 or pay raises.
because
in
remember,
July 1.
Jason said he'll take it out of his budget.
Yeah.
So we're gonna wanna make sure that that's what that budget says.
Yeah.
Okay. Very good. Thank you. With that, is there a motion for a recess? I'll move for the recess. I can do that. I wanna unduly influence the board. So Steve can take out the life insurance plan.
I'll second.
Oh, yeah, I was
Third.
gonna say, do you have something? You should see my
Rainey?
bag.
Aye,
Johnner,
Aye.
McCombs.
Aye.
we are in recess.
Tyler.
Yep.
Kristen.
Yes.
February 3rd.
All right, is there a motion to come out of recess?
I move we come out of recess.
I'll second.
Johnner,
Aye.
McCombs,
Aye.
Ramey.
Aye. All right, we are back in regular session. It is 2:00. And we have Marion County Treasurer Michaela Bigowet here to talk about her budget. So Michaela, maybe just start off like everybody else has, high level, what you've done for salaries, major expense changes, those types of things, and then the board can start asking you questions about detail.
Well,
if they
and
simply-
really, I didn't have any major expense changes other than salaries.
Okay.
You know, obviously, in my office, that's the biggest chunk of my budget.
Sure.
So I wasn't exactly sure where to land, when I initially sat down to count it out, you know. I already told Keisha, if you don't like this budget, I've got 3 or 4 more back in my office.
Okay, okay.
You know, I've played with a lot of things, finally landed on 5% for those salary line items.
And I'm looking right, Michaela, what, of your total budget, what percentage is salary?
I didn't look at that.
It's gotta be like what? 70% of it?
Probably. Definitely at least. And, you know, we do try to be very frugal in other areas of our office. You know, obviously, there's equipment that might be newer, fancier, better, but if I don't have people to run it, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So.
So overall, about a 6% increase year over year.
And really the first 3 years that I was involved in this process, you know, I was able to keep it pretty static, very nominal increases. This is really the first year that you've seen any big jump, and, you know, again, that's obviously due to salaries. I'm in kind of the same boat as everybody, or as Steve says, the same storm.
Yeah. So Michaela, when I see now I'm on your revenue side here, and you've got 546,000 of revenue. Am I reading it right?
I'm sorry,
Your revenue page.
Revenue total.
Okay,
The pass through,
I'm
I'm
on
assuming.
page 3. So I got 546,300. Is that, am I reading that right?
correct.
And where does that revenue predominantly come from?
Well, the majority of the revenue in our office is generated by the motor vehicle department. We retain, in fact, I'll just
I was gonna say, because I was gonna ask you, is this the number you retain or the number that you
Pass
collect?
through, yeah. How much of it's passed through?
Since you're gonna make me jump forward here.
Oh,
Well, you said you didn't have anything, so I just thought I'd just start asking questions.
It's not a PowerPoint. So, what this is, I actually kind of bootlegged much of this document from another treasurer and adapted it to my office. But one thing I wanted to show is exactly what we do. Sometimes I feel like maybe that's not as apparent. But if you turn to the bottom of the motor vehicle titling and registration section, you'll see that for 2021, we collected over $13 million just in motor vehicles.
Okay.
So of that amount, 353,000 was retained by the county.
Okay.
so you really, the difference in your expenditures versus your revenue is roughly 200,000, is that
Probably other fees in there though, too.
the one?
So you're retaining 353,000 out of 13 million collected.
Correct.
Sounds like the state's getting a pretty good deal.
I feel like they get some pretty good employees for that amount.
Wow.
So, you know, a couple things that are on the table that could affect that. Obviously, the law was passed. Actually, it was passed a few years ago. The legislature is now enforcing it, that you can now go to a contiguous county to title and register your vehicle. The DOT does not have the programming in place yet. That was supposed to be effective January 1st. It was bumped to January 27th. Now it's been bumped to the end of February. You know, we'll see where that lands. Once they're done with all of the programming.
Yeah, no, I'm looking at this. Sorry, I'm listening.
That's okay, that's okay. So that has the potential to have a very big impact on our office because we're contiguous with both Warren County and Polk County. Both of those counties have a staff shortage. So rather than go to Polk County and wait for 4 hours to get your title transfer done, you'll be able to go to Marion County.
Okay.
Or a contiguous county of Polk.
Other than,
Where
is that going to increase your level significantly?
What's that?
Is that going to increase your level? I mean,
It potentially could. I mean, who can predict exactly what will happen? But I anticipate that, yes, that will increase the volume of work in our office. Where I truly expect to potentially see an increase is in the number of dealer titles that come to our office.
So I've got a question for you. I want to make sure that I'm looking at this right. Roughly, on page 6, your expenditures are 705,000, or 700, yeah. So that, and then your revenue is 546. So the difference of roughly 160,000. Okay. Is that, you know, that's just, I want to make sure that I read that correctly. You're not quite up there, like, you know, but you're doing pretty good. I mean, you know, considering.
Yeah, I'm just doing some quick math here. Michaela, you got 404,000 in here in revenue in that sheet. And then.
And the motor vehicle and driver's license
Yes.
retention.
Yes. So then the other. See, the 141,000 comes from other sources. Okay.
Correct.
Okay. Very good. Is there, when you just think about, you're talking about the legislative changes, have you utilized our lobbyist at all? We talked to
Oh,
Kelly?
absolutely.
Okay.
Yes, yes.
I don't know. On a $700,000 budget, so what's the reimbursement rate? Did you say what's the reimbursement rate for motor vehicles right now?
It depends on the product, but, for example, out of every title, we only retain $2.50.
So
Out of
$250?
every title fee. Out of every use tax that we process, we retain $1. Those fees have not changed since 1989 and 1990.
And I know that's what you have been working on, trying to get this.
Correct. Yep.
So what's your goal? What's the group's goal? What are you trying to raise it to?
We would raise the title fee $5. So we'd retain $7.50 out of every title transfer.
Mm-hmm.
And then although Representative Bloomingdale actually proposed we raise that an additional $10. And last fiscal year, we processed approximately 11,000 titles.
Okay.
An additional $10 or up to $10?
And
Additional?
Test. I almost got to swallow this thing.
Okay,
So.
but this morning it wasn't like that. They heard you flying walking around, so thank you.
Yeah, Steve, go ahead. Sorry.
No, she answered it.
Okay. So I guess if I use Kelly, if you got to about $7, let's just say $7, you're covering your cost.
Right.
Of the treasurer's office.
I am. A lot of treasurers don't.
But I don't care about them. I care about you.
But I have worked very hard
Yeah.
to try to get to that point of solvency.
That would be excellent. Okay. Oh wow.
That's the percentage, yeah. That's, you know, when coming to us, you know, that's why I was looking at it, I was like, wow, that's pretty impressive.
See, is Edwards on?
Exactly, there's competition.
Steve, someone else is gonna beat you to this too. So when do you think that Is that this session, Michaela?
Yeah,
It was
in fact,
last
I was just
session and
fanning
this
myself
session,
with the
yeah.
bill.
Well, you were fanning yourself with the bill.
And my understanding, just a little bit that I've talked to Kelly, is there's some reluctance in, it's just a fee, and it's at a fee increasement. And a lot of the Republicans just really don't, they struggle with the fee increasement.
They hear
consider
that
it
word,
tax,
and
yes.
they shy away from it. However, I guess our position is you're going to pay us to do our jobs regardless. By increasing that fee, you're now putting the cost of us doing our jobs with the direct user.
Yeah, so here's the deal that if Republicans are struggling with that, they don't do math very well. Because if you increase the contribution to you for processing basically state documents, we can reduce property taxes.
Exactly. That
So-
is exactly our position. And
Yeah.
how often?
I know, she is really, I know she's worked on it, and I know your guys, the treasurer's lobbyist alone has really worked on it.
Because how often do you truly transfer a vehicle title?
Yeah.
Most of us, maybe every year, 5 years, whatever it
Right.
is. But you pay property taxes every 6 months as part of your monthly mortgage every month. So, absolutely, that's our argument is we need to take that out of property taxes and put the cost of those services where they belong.
Yeah, no, that's excellent. What are your odds? What do you think? How do you think it's going to turn out?
The legislators that I've visited with this year, I feel a lot more optimistic than I did last year.
Good.
So we'll
Need
see.
help?
Absolutely.
Let me know when.
So.
I'm great.
uh,
Legislators love me.
Our draft writer was kind of updating the bill.
She's not
for-
laughing.
Right, for this year, we're still kind of waiting for it to drop. So hopefully, I was hoping by the end of this week, we would see it
Yeah.
hit. But
Have them put our tax cuts back on for us old retired people too.
I think that's great, Michaela.
would that count Brian's fees?
Huh?
Would Brian count as old retired?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I like that a lot. What else do you have in here that you want to talk about?
Well, now I'm all out of order.
No, sorry.
That happens a lot here.
That's the feeling, right?
You need PowerPoint.
What's the next slide?
Right.
Now you're going to get a real, now, come on. Not everybody can be Tyler.
So yeah, we started with salaries. Again, I didn't know where to land on that. It's always difficult for me when I sit down and look at salaries because it's hard for me to come up with alternative ways to provide job satisfaction in my office. I can't offer people a remote workplace. I can't offer people alternative hours. You can't work 4 10-hour days in my office. I can't offer you 8:30 to 5 if that works better for your schedule because, we need to be there when the courthouse is open to be available for the public.
Right. So when you do this, 5%, all right, how do you allocate the 5%, Michaela? Do you, performance reviews, are you merit-based?
I prefer that rather than just a flat increase across the board.
Okay.
And that's kind of a process that Lisa and I started discussing last year is, coming up with job descriptions for my office. One thing that I did when I took over is I removed those 2 motor vehicle deputy salaries from my line items. I feel like that's a little bit of an antiquated way of doing things, and my approach is more, rather than having kind of this centralized, person that performs all of those functions, finding the people on your team that have the skill sets and dividing up that work amongst those people and rewarding them accordingly for that. To me, that's a better approach. I think it builds better individual team members, and I think it makes my office more sustainable overall. So we kind of started talking about that process of having, you know, a salary structure, a salary range, you know, when somebody comes on board, here's your salary, but if expectations are met, this is maybe what you can expect to see over the next 3 years.
Okay, that's excellent.
And
Yeah.
I would like to pursue that
I think
more.
it's a great idea.
Yeah, I think that's an excellent idea, Michaela, absolutely. And Lisa, you can give her all the salary studies and everything else.
That,
Yes, I can provide her with the support. I think everybody wants that, and we were going to do a countywide salary study, so we kind of held off on that. So we can move forward with that, after renewal.
Yeah. Excellent.
Yeah, we'd be happy to help.
So, Michaela, so you can go back and you can say, well, I made about 75% of my budget. Set the goal. I mean, I'm surprised you didn't come out saying first thing. I mean, you know, so hey, you were very humble. You were very humble.
it was
So
on my list, you just kind of hijacked my,
you had your bullet points and we
Yeah.
hijacked it.
a little bit.
I was like, wow, that's pretty impressive.
But, and, you know, again, this budget was a little bit difficult for me to approach because I don't know exactly what contiguous county titling will do. My intention was initially to maybe build in some part-time help, you know, maybe shift some of those, simpler duties to some part-time help and free up my full-time employees to process titles and do those more complicated tasks. With them pushing contiguous county back, I've taken a little bit more conservative approach.
Okay.
I figure that's a conversation that if we need to have that later, we can.
Sure.
I'm assuming we're still going by the appointment system, correct?
We are.
Or we don't service walk-ins unless there's an open slot.
Right, right. And, you know.
So that's driver's license and title
And
transfers?
title transfers, just those two functions. Everything else you can walk up, but it works great. You make your title appointment. Those are the transactions that take the majority of our time. So you've got somebody working on that at this window, and now that registration window, you just walk right up and we can just keep it moving. You're not waiting behind somebody who's got 8 surviving spouse transfers.
Right.
So I think it works great.
And when you do that system, and I haven't done it for the title transfer, is there a spot, so like if you had 6 or 7, would you note that I have this many, so that you can kind of know how much time?
Yeah, and
Okay.
I would encourage you just to go out and make an appointment because we have some screening questions and that's one of our screening questions.
Okay.
Do you have more than 2 titles?
So I can put in there just testing?
Absolutely.
But no, okay, no, yeah.
Is our new layout working satisfactorily for everybody? The layout of the office when we moved?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, the driver's license station is phenomenal. In fact, we had the DL supervisor from Ankeny come down and take pictures of our driver's license station,
Really?
so
Good.
much needed improvements.
Good. Any other questions for Michaela?
I don't.
Steve?
No, it looks really good, Michaela. Thank you.
Well, I did have a couple of goals that I want to talk about, just very quickly. This year I was nominated to be the secretary treasurer of the, for the treasurer's affiliate of the executive board, and I actually turned that down. That would require some time away from the office. You know, that requires me to go to every meeting. And I just felt like I wasn't quite in the place yet to do justice to that position. Because not only does it take your time that year, but then you make the progression to vice president, president, and then past president. So it's essentially a 4-year commitment. I would like to get to the place where I can put my name in the hat next year and potentially start to work my way up. And really the big reason is, right now I'm just one of 99 treasurers. It's really difficult for me to find a voice with the Department of Revenue and the Department of Transportation and, those other agencies that we work with. But when you're on the executive board, they kind of have to listen to you.
Oh, you answered my question.
And, I would like to have a more instrumental role, so that maybe a conversation that, next year at budget time, we're having, because again, that would just require more time away from the office. The last 2 years, I've gotten really involved with the legislative team. Again, that's something I would like to continue to be more involved with. I really do a lot of legislation surfing now, every night when the journals come out.
You're becoming an expert at it.
No.
Following it, that's
but
the hard part.
I've become a little bit of a watchdog for the team because I've seen so much legislation come down and we didn't know about it. We get slapped with it. Now it's impacted counties, particularly property taxes, and it's too late to do anything about it.
I really appreciate when you send that too, Keisha, or Michaela. I really appreciate that when you find that stuff and you send it to us because I didn't have a clue.
So
So
Michaela, what do you think that's gonna take? What do you, you're asking now to have a discussion for later, but yeah, you gotta have something in your mind about what it would take to free you up to do that.
Well, I think that I need the ability to spread some of those duties around my team. At this point, I'm not asking for additional staff members. I feel pre-committed to try and do what I can do with what I have. My hope is that if we do have increased revenue as a result of contiguous county titling or increased fees, that may be something, even if it's just additional part-time employment, that we can really look at to help spread around some of those tasks based on the abilities that I have on my team.
Mm-hmm. Well, I would tell you, if you, and I realize you're very involved right now, but if you and your association is able to get legislation passed that begins to reduce the need for property tax dollars, and you're doing it through a fee structure, I'll listen to that all day long. All day long. Because that's the effectiveness of it, right? So if it's not effective, I don't care as much about it. I'm just gonna be blunt. If it's just to be part of a legislative process that doesn't net the taxpayer something, then we have to justify that, right? But if it's to increase,
right, absolutely.
If it's to increase fees and it defrays cost and it allows us property tax flexibility all day long, I would listen to part-time help and those types of things. So I look forward to that conversation.
So, yeah, and I've been able to spend some time at the Capitol.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Steve.
If and when that happens and we get customers from another county, does those fees still stay the same for us?
Right now.
Correct. The fees are uniform across the state for everybody.
You may have said that already.
So
That's a good question.
My hope was that I could come to you guys this year, those fees would be set, they'd already be in place, I'd have a concrete financial plan, contiguous county would already be up and running, I'd have some projections that I could share with you, but we're just not there yet.
Right.
It's okay. No.
Very good. No, if you get to that point, and then let's talk what frees you up more to be able to do that. There's definite value to be had. So.
And I would not want to be involved if there wasn't.
Mm-hmm.
My time is too important to me to waste it.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Very good.
Be assured of that.
Thank you, Michaela. Appreciate it.
Michaela,
Any other questions for Michaela?
No.
Steve?
No, I'm good.
Very good. Michaela, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we'll look forward to the slideshow next year.
All right. It's coming.
All right. Anybody want to take a break before Tyler gets gone?
Yeah, I'll be back tomorrow.
Ooh.
Hold, please, let me make sure I
All
share the
right,
right.
Tyler, Christian, Road Department. We have a slide deck.
Hopefully so.
While she's doing that, just a few comments. I kind of made mention of this earlier. There's some risk I want to talk about, economic risk, which I'm sure you're all aware of, but how that may or may not impact, we'll have that discussion. But also thank you for the dialogue and entertaining my questions this morning and in other budget sessions. In no way am I second guessing or questioning. A lot of it's just to be able to make sure I understand, being the largest department, I like to have a grasp on things completely and also be there to answer questions for my employees as well.
No,
That's
Tyler, I
great.
think,
So thank you for that.
absolutely. Michael, yeah, it's great to have that discussion. We always appreciate the comments.
And then lastly, I mentioned this to
This is the
Keisha.
last thing?
If you want it to be.
Yeah, just
And
kidding,
then
buddy.
I'd like to kind of redact, since that's a buzzword or anymore, my statement that I made about not being able to fund the Flagler Bridge. We're not able to fund it the way I had originally intended, maybe is a better way to put that. Are we able to build that bridge? Yes. Should we look at dialing back the scope? Yes. Will we have to postpone or look for alternative funding, or postpone a project or look for alternative funding? Maybe. So the way I said it in last Tuesday's meeting, I just probably came off a little aggressive that yes, we can fund the project, but not maybe to the scope that I had originally intended or with the funds I had originally intended, so.
Appreciate the clarification. Thank you.
Sorry.
It's okay.
So the first thing that'll come up here will be
We can see that.
secondary road,
Yeah.
Zoom can't though.
Oh, Zoom can't see it? Okay, we'll hold.
be the one to the left.
This one?
So the first slide here shows the pipeline for road use tax funding and how that's distributed. And I'll go to the next slide here because you can see this is very convoluted.
We can't.
I'm sorry, Tyler. I'm looking down at Steve going, when you said the word convoluted, Steve's like,
I put it mildly.
You want on yours?
To Steven to stay, I mean, I remember we're coming out there for this,
You can.
we had this discussion and it's
Yeah.
a beast.
But really, and I hate putting slides like this in because it's too much information really, and it's hard to read, blah, blah, blah.
You
know,
got
it's
the
pet peeve
you got
of
the
mine.
highlighted stuff though.
Yeah, but basically the highlighted is what would come to counties through the farm to market and through the secondary road fund. The majority of that is straight from road use tax into a farm to market account and into secondary road fund. There is a small portion, about 8%, that comes from title fees, but that is capped. And once that cap is met, those funds start going a different direction through time 21. The reason I bring this up this year is because our association is telling us that there's a lot of discussion coming up about road use tax and it being a regressive tax and time 21 expiring in, I believe, 23 or 24. So there's going to be a lot of discussion around road funding again in the next couple of years. The DOT and the County Engineers Association have a funding committee established. We have our own legislative team at our association that's keeping tabs on this as well. We're already having discussions with the DOT planner, systems planners, the directors from the DOT director, and then our district engineers. So the discussions are being had, but if time 21 goes away, that's 8% of our secondary road fund budget. And what we get for road use tax is about 60% of our operating budget. So 8% of that 60%, that's how I should say that.
Mhm.
So, and that result is countywide is 32% of the road use tax that comes into the state counties receive in one form or another, through farm to market or secondary roads. So just wanted to point that out. There are possibly some changes coming that we probably need to keep our ear to the ground on. And I really don't know much more than that right now.
Okay.
I'm not gonna spend much time on these next few slides. You've seen these before. Just a distribution of the revenue that comes in and where it comes from. Like I said earlier, that road use tax is generally 60 to 62% of our operating budget. Yes.
I can't remember, Tyler, but those transfer of jurisdiction funds, that's not into perpetuity, isn't that? That's kind of just, you get a set amount of money and then,
Eventually that will go away, yeah. That may go away in a couple of years because we're hitting that 20-year mark. I have to check on exactly when those transfers happened.
yeah.
They don't amount to much.
No, I know, but I couldn't remember if there was like a sunset deal on that.
Right. Some of them will go away. The other transfers that we receive as part of that are the transfer jurisdictions for the incorporated cities within Marion County that are less than 500 in population.
Mhm.
So
Okay.
there are,
Yeah,
Bussey, for example, we maintain the 2 main thoroughfares on Bussey as part of that transfer of jurisdiction,
Right.
even though they aren't incorporated county.
Right. Okay.
So this is just a distribution of revenue. The next 2 slides are distribution of expenses, and we can come back to these if you want, but I included these so you had them to look at your own time if you want. And then a distribution of expenses with wages distributed amongst the various categories. Okay, Mark always likes to talk about dial turners, and I've included that in probably every PowerPoint I've done for budget. So here's some of the major things from last year that carry over into the current fiscal year. We received about $740,000 in additional road use tax. We budgeted like a 2% increase and saw nearly a 5% increase just because the DOT can't explain it. But then there was also some money from the CARES Act that came into play in April and May of last year. So we ended up about 16% above what we had budgeted for road use tax. At the same time, in 2020, we were dialing back expenses due to uncertainties. So towards the end of that fiscal year, we dialed back and didn't expend some funds. That then trickled over into the next year where we were trying to play catch up. Well, what happened was contractors didn't have the time to do some of the projects because they were then backlogged because of some of those delays. So we also ended up with some $600,000 in expenses that we didn't realize. So that carried a larger amount over into our fund balance. So that plays into our budget significantly. We have a larger fund balance, which is going to help us if we proceed with Junction 92. So overall, we had a total revenue increase for this for this budget. After 23, we at the road department into Fund 20 saw $122,000 in increased revenue. We'll talk about wages in a minute, but I'm budgeting 5% wage increase just across the board. Yes, we don't do the across the board thing, but that's how I budget it. And then the last major bullet point there would be the additional cost due to inflation to maintain status quo. So this is hauling the same tonnage of rock on the gravel roads, buying all the same equipment that we had planned on in our 15-year equipment replacement plan, budgeting the same amount of fuel, buying all the same culverts and sheet pile and reinforcing steel was about a $500,000 impact. So to maintain status quo, the economic impact was $500,000 above what we would normally predict for inflation of about 3%. So right out of the gate, I'm $500,000 in the hole on my budget. So wages, this is the trend. Wages at the top, health and FICA and IPERS at the bottom. Just a graph showing, I'll talk more about what that means in a second. So the wage impact, as you saw on the previous slide, 5% equals $120,000 for my department, $120,000 increase for wages. for every percent we go up is about $24,000, factoring in the typical hourly rate for overtime and the number of budgeted hours for overtime. We also have a duplicate employee budgeted in there. You've received a couple of memos from me over the last couple of years regarding military deployments. One of those has returned, the other has not. So we do have a duplicate employee budgeted because I am currently fully staffed. If that person returns prior to what their planned deployment is, we may or may not have some overlap prior to the next retirement or attrition or otherwise. So just note that is just in wage. So the net there is 80-some thousand for, you know, if you factor in what comes out of Fund 2 also.
Right.
This year, I budgeted $60,000 more than what I typically would for a bonus program and for additional overtime. Let me explain the overtime first. We'll talk about bonus later. The additional overtime I'm considering, have not made any final decisions yet, but lowering the cap on the comp time we can accumulate as individuals. So our employees are allowed to accumulate comp time up to 120 hours. They have to burn that down to 40 or get paid out prior to the end of June. I'm considering a rolling 80-hour cap, which means comp time, we're probably going to incur more overtime payment. But the challenge we really face is in the spring. We experience flooding, frost comes out, we have rock to haul as soon as we can on the gravel roads. There's typically drainage issues we have to deal with right away in the spring, and we have lots of employees using comp time to try to burn down that balance. Are there ways to control that? Yes, we could deny time off, and there have been times when we've got to that point. I don't like to do that, but because that is time, you know, away from families that they spent at Christmas away from their family. I don't want to deny them comp time when at a different point in the year, but sometimes the work has to be done. So,
how do other counties do it, Tyler?
So Tammy surveyed like 30-some employees or 30-some responded to her survey. 80 is the average cap. They range anywhere from 0 to 240 hours. I would say we're one of maybe a handful that have 120 or more. Out of that 30, there's maybe 5. Okay. Couple at 220, couple at 180, couple at 120. A lot of them don't allow any carryover. Some have a rolling 40, some have a rolling 120, some have a rolling 80. So it just varies. That's something I'm considering, and I budgeted accordingly for what that additional overtime payment would be to those employees if we reduce the comp balance. The bonus program, well, there's a separate slide for that. And then also our budget represents the deduction for eliminating the office assistant position, which I brought to you last year sometime. Yeah. Impact of Fund 2, so this would be our benefits side. The results, so once I plug in actual health insurance numbers from last year and then put in the 13%, the net result of that was a 6% increase for my department because we had overestimated last year. So taking that out, taking out a few employees and some retirements, and you know, every year Lisa gets me how many we got on family plans, and that was a little bit less this year actually.
I appreciate you looking at that,
so
not just adding a 10%.
That was our increase for our department. Again, if we plug in the 1042, it's going to reduce that number by 12.5 again, because I did budget 13%.
Okay.
Can you give me one more, Renee? Oh. So last year I had Tammy do a wage audit, and I had her update that again for the current year as we were putting our budget together. So we used the County Engineers Association salary survey, and then she followed up with phone calls to each of the 12 counties. We used the 5 counties below the 22nd percentile and the 5 counties above the 22nd percentile. And then we also included Marion, or Mahaska and Warren, because they were, I think Mahaska was number 6 as far as below the 22nd percentile, and Warren was maybe 7 or 8. So they were just outside of that window, but they're our neighbors, so I thought they were relevant. So we took all the metrics. So on this salary survey, they have longevity, comp time, sick leave payout, premiums for health and family and single health plans. We took all that into account and then had Tammy convert that into $1 per hour equivalent. And again, following up with each of these counties individually to verify their numbers. And the result of that, we can go into a lot more detail on the results of it. But generally, you see a list of positions there that were okay. They were right about where they should be if you factor in what our employees typically pay for health insurance plus their wage. And any other PPE benefits, or do they take a vehicle home, that sort of thing.
And I'm glad you consider that, because that is a benefit.
Well,
being able, yeah.
Yes,
Yep.
it did.
And then we look at our road maintenance supervisor and our assistant engineers. That was the greatest discrepancy in the salary survey, somewhere in the $2 to $3 per hour range.
Really?
Under the average of those 12 counties. And then,
Yes, we were.
and then mechanics.
Well, I understand it when you were there.
Well, that's probably why we. And then mechanics and our operator twos. So operator twos would be our biggest pool of employees. This is our motor grader operators and our truck drivers. So definitely, probably 25 to 27 out of our 40 employees fall into that operator two. They are below average, maybe in the 44 to 60 to 80 cent range, below that 12 county average. So I'm just telling you this. We can definitely go into more detail on this at a later date. I'm just telling you this because I used this information as I kind of factored in how we got to 5%, and also how I wanted to help incentivize and retain employees through a bonus program that I'm going to talk about in a minute.
Yeah, so Tyler, the 5%, where does that put you relative? It's not gonna make it all up in one shot.
It does not. Some of the positions with the greatest discrepancy, I made incremental efforts towards last year.
Okay.
I almost said this morning, but I didn't want to get in your discussion about, the comp board recommendation.
Right.
My take was there's a fairly big discrepancy there, but let's do it incrementally and let it balance itself out over the next couple of years. And maybe we're not as far off as we think, or, maybe.
Does a 5% bucket help you? Is there some that are better than
Sure.
others?
Yes.
Okay.
And that's kind of how I landed where I did.
Yeah.
And so let's not do, I think last year we budgeted 4%. I didn't bump somebody up by an additional 5 all in one shot.
Right.
We did that incrementally. That's why we looked at it again this year. What are we there yet, or did those other counties do something different? So I wanted to kind of phase that in and kind of do our checks and balances along the way.
That's excellent. No, that's a very good approach.
Okay, so using that wage audit, I use that as a factor, and then I also used the CPI, but I also looked at the raises compared to health insurance premiums. I think one of you mentioned this morning, Mark or Keisha.
I did, yep. Looking at the big
So I
picture.
looked at that from last year and this year, because last year I had already ran the numbers and it wasn't good. Some of my employees, if they have a family plan, were taking take-home pay in the $180 to $400 per year range.
Yeah.
That's pretty minimal.
Yeah, I talked about, yeah. So this'll help alleviate that situation?
It will. I mean, you can see the proposed there in the second bullet point would be substantially higher than last year, all those things considered. This does not include any of the bonus pay potential bonus pay or anything like that. This is simply their normal wages and the increases that we're talking about for health insurance. So we could get closer to that with the 5%. We could get closer to what the wage audit says, because I know other counties are not looking at 5. 4 and 4.5 seem to be pretty common amongst our neighboring counties. When I talk to county engineers, now some of those are union and they're negotiating right now, so nothing is set in stone. And then we did sample a few of those other counties around that 22nd percentile, also looking at that 4, 4.5. There are a few 6 and 7s out there as well. Whether they'll get that, I don't know. The bonus program that I'm going to talk about is for morale, retention, performance. It's not to cover inflation. It's not to supplement the wage. There are different ways to do bonuses, discretionary and non-discretionary, per the Fair Labor Standards Act. So I do not have finite details on a bonus program. I simply took a budget number of 40,000 divided by 40 employees, that's $1,000 per employee. Will every employee get it? That's not the point. The point is a performance-based retention, retain the good employees, incentivize those that aren't doing what they should, that sort of thing. So, will we spend half that? I don't know. It's just a budget number at this point. Will it be that big next year? I don't know. I had to start somewhere. So, I've been doing research on this.
That's what I was gonna ask you. Yeah, that's what I was gonna ask you, is the research. What are other counties doing? Is anybody doing anything?
No, nobody who's responded to us.
Really?
Now, there may be a county out there that hasn't said anything, but I've reached out through my channels and Tammy's reached out through hers. We've reached out to some cities. Maybe, I haven't revisited with Lisa yet. I wanted to get my head around it a little more before I touch base with her again. But so far in our research and to our knowledge, no one else governmentally is doing anything like this. Do I believe there is merit in it? Yes.
Where would you get the funding?
Excuse me?
Where would you pull that from?
Our secondary road budget, which is 60% road use tax, 30% property tax.
And that's allowable?
With the road use tax, I wondered. Yeah, I don't know that, so
I don't know either, that's why I'm asking.
No, nothing to tell me it's not allowable. I mean, there's been question about that with the PPE reimbursements, but basically they say there was nothing saying you can't. I mean, there's very definitive explanations for certain areas of our budget, but that fits within the safety line items of our budget.
I guess if you did it once and somebody didn't like it, you'd find out whether it was allowable or not.
Yeah, and we haven't went, I want to have something solidified and then take it to Lisa, take it to Ed, run it up the ladder. Tammy said it was talked about at the County Engineer Office Manager Association meeting, bonus programs. And the discussion was not around ARPA bonuses, but it did lead to that discussion at her meeting. But at that meeting, no one was doing a bonus program. But we have reached out to the person that was presenting at that meeting and have not heard back from them. So we will, like I said, all I did was throw a budget number at it. My research is still in the very preliminary stages. What that might mean for an employee. You can see what a discretionary versus a non-discretionary bonus is. And to kind of highlight what that would be is, discretionary is, to make it simple, I could give a bonus to anyone at any point. Non-discretionary would be there's criteria established ahead of time that they would have to meet for performance or production or quality of work. The employee of the month is kind of how it's described in the fact sheet that the Federal or Fair Labor Standard Act put out. Is an employee of the month bonus is what a discretionary bonus would be. So for now, it's a budget number. That's all it is. And I will not take it any further without revisiting with you once I have more details worked out and maybe it goes nowhere. Right now, it's a budget number of $40,000.
I like the creativity, Tyler.
Well, it's something I've been kicking around for a couple of years. there's times when I feel like employees need more than a pat on the back, and I think this would help with that.
Yep, agreed, agreed.
So the next group of slides here is just working through the major line items within our budget. I think last year I stated I'm pretty proud of this one. You know, our administrative budget keeps declining every year. You know, it's not a huge line item when you look at an $8 million budget, but it still means something to me. Engineering is kind of the same way, although it has its ebbs and flows with projects that we're working on. If we're doing soil borings, if we're hiring outside consultant work for a bridge design or whatnot. But overall, you can see that number is fairly stable. Bridge inspections have increased over the years, year after year, with new legislation, kind of constantly having to reevaluate the same bridges for different laws. So, not really anything we can do. They're unfunded mandates, I think is the term.
Yeah.
Increased maintenance construction cost is what is the note there at the far right, upper right corner. You'll see a shift. So our local construction budget is down this year, and I've shifted that to maintenance construction. The DOT's been harping on us for the last couple of years. Even though we may do a $800,000 seal coat job, it's not considered construction, it's considered maintenance by definition of a code. We're shifting more of those funds into maintenance, but also that's the type of projects we have right now. There are years when we have construction by definition projects. Right now, we're kind of in a maintenance mode, and you'll see that bridges and culverts and in roads. Same thing here. You see the shift, but a lot of this shift is also in the cost of materials. You know, you saw $500,000 on one of those earlier slides. Concrete is up like 40% in 2 years. And it's just astronomical right now, and I hope it doesn't go up again. I think I want to do a home on concrete. Salt, it has its ebbs and flows too. It depends. We lost our rail port in Runnels a few years ago. They are bringing salt in by rail to Ottumwa now. So they're not trucking from Kansas, they're trucking from Ottumwa. We haven't seen the cost go back down because of that, unfortunately. That was about a $5 per ton increase. But this also depends on your winter. The subsequent year after a bad winter, that budget's going to go up to replenish the salt for the next year. And this year, things are looking pretty good for the budget right here. This one is definitely a budget number because we're bidding out our paint right now. I don't even know. They're telling us they may not even be able to get paint in the next 18 months.
Really?
So for pavement markings.
Right, you wouldn't think, I wouldn't think
So,
paint would be such a shortage, but.
Some of them are telling us that we're not even gonna bid it because you won't like the number. So, I've increased the budget by 200% for our pavement marking project this year, if somebody bids it, but we'll see. And we may reject the bids to deal with that. I am looking in the future at doing a grant project for durable pavement markings. We did a test section on T15 of a BOS landing just south of G28 5 years ago. And 5 years was the payoff to make that be cost effective compared to traditional pavement markings. So basically they mill into the pavement and then paint. So if your snow plow or whatever scrapes over the top, it's not grinding on the paint, it's grinding on the pavement immediately adjacent to the groove. And it costs 5 times as much. So we need it to last 5 years plus to make it pay off in the cost benefits. So we're there, and there are grant opportunities for what they call durable pavement markings. So we're going to be looking at that. That'll offset some of our secondary road budget and from a state funded source. So equipment, again, this is up and down. I went ahead and plugged in the same equipment pieces of equipment that we had originally planned to replace, even though we've seen about a 30% increase in the price of equipment, used and new. We have an end loader in our budget. We wouldn't replace it with new. We would look at used based on the number of hours that we put on those types of machines. Motor graders are different. We wanna keep them under warranty. We know the numbers there work. We're just starting into our first cycle of the buyback program. We did extend that. I think if you remember my presentation a year and a half ago, from 5 to a 7-year program. That is still paying off for us as far as the annual cost of ownership. We'd like to continue that.
Okay.
Problem is, a $280,000 motor grader last year is $330,000 this year. And I was worried it was gonna be closer to $370 until we got our bids a week ago. But this one has me pretty concerned, this line item. We're gonna have to make a commitment on motor graders soon because I had one blow up. So we are currently down a machine. So, and it is not worth fixing. It's too old, it's too many hours, engine's too expensive to put a new one in. So we are going to have to make a decision here soon, which means end loaders might be on the chopping block instead.
And how much is a motor grader?
330,000 each. I'm looking at replacing 2 this year. This would be the last year of what we call our H's, our old machines.
Mhm.
So instead of getting 40 or 50,000 for trade value, the next time we would trade, we'd be looking more at the $100,000 to $150,000 range, which would help bring this down in the future if we get on that 7-year replacement.
Is it because of age or just what's the motor in them or what's?
Why we don't get much for trade?
Mm-hmm.
Because at 7 years, you're at 7,000 to 8,000, 8,500 hours on the machine. At 15-year-old machines, you're at 18,000 hours.
Right, yeah.
So that
I
machine's
get
worth
that,
a
okay.
lot less.
In a different series.
Completely different series. Typically, there is still a huge market for the H's. They don't have all the computers and joysticks and stuff. They go overseas almost immediately. The new machines, there is still a market for them, but kind of the break-even point there from our research is under 10 years old and 10,000 hours. So we'll be right there, at 7 years, 7,500 hours, 8,000 hours, we'll be there. This is where we took the biggest hit, $150,000 increase in fuel, and that may not do it. My typical target is $2.25 for diesel. I budgeted $2.75, thinking we would contract it right now.
You're at 3 something.
And right now we're at $2.69, and Mike's contracting it today for 8 months out of the 12 months in this budget year. So I'm not sure the increase of $150,000 is going to cover it because the next time we go to contract, so basically from February of 23 to June of 23, it may exceed that $2.75 per gallon.
Okay, you're at what now, Tyler? 269, just saying?
That's what we're going to contract today. And right now I'm paying $1.69 from what we contracted last year. No, what I contracted 18 months ago.
18 months ago.
Yeah. So, yeah, this one's got me a little nervous.
Yeah, me too.
A couple years ago, I gave you a tiered approach to cuts in our budget. If things got out of hand with revenue, or basically revenue's not increasing, which, right, I mean, this year, the road use tax is 0.3% from last year. Most of that 122,000 in additional revenue is from property tax. And that's not normal for us. It's usually the other way around.
Right.
But 0.3% in road use tax is not going to be sustainable. So if you remember, I had those like 3 tiers of cuts, and they were $500,000 here, $1 million there. Basically, we could cut out of our budget and go back about 12 to 13 years in what we're doing as far as our operations. We would stop replacing our equipment. We would stop doing construction and be completely in a reactive mode instead of a proactive mode.
Mm-hmm.
And right now we're maintaining. We're not super proactive in anything that we do in our local roads. We're maintaining, but if we started looking at those cuts, we're going to be reactive for sure.
Mm-hmm.
I did not include that slide, but I still have it, and all those numbers are still the same.
Okay.
Because I basically carry those on over year to year. you know, moving them from maintenance construction to local construction back and forth, but those numbers are still the same. And obviously, the equipment, we could cut
So,
pretty quick too.
so Tyler, when you talk about just maintaining, that right now we're just maybe on the positive side of just maintaining, okay?
That's a good way to put it, yes.
Yeah, so what does that mean? What does that mean for the people who use our roads? So we talked about the Flagler Bridge. You've got enough to cover that project. We can pay for that project. That's a good thing. It's a bridge that needs, it's a highly traveled bridge.
Yeah.
Needs work. Okay. What else does that mean for our?
So let's take a typical asphalt road, for example. We have a lot of asphalt surface roads. They may be concrete underneath, but the surfacing material is asphalt, so we're dealing with them as if they're asphalt at this point. Right now, we're crack sealing and patching. That's maintaining.
Okay.
We're not making any improvement or being proactive in extending the useful life of that pavement to much extent. Patching extends the life, but not to the extent that it needs at this time.
We've not done any overlays.
In my 5-year program will be a future discussion, you know, here in about the next month. But right now, we're still at that $16 million shortfall. So in the next 5 years, this doesn't even factor in the bridges.
Right.
Just in overlays, I have $16 million worth of overlays that need done in the next 5 years that I can't fund.
How are the overlays that have been done, like
So-
the T17, are they holding up? Are we looking at?
Can I say one more thing before I get to that, to address Mark's point? So those roads I'm talking about that are the shortfall, they're near or at the end of their useful life. What we're doing is crack sealing and then doing fog seals or slurry seals, very superficial
Right.
fixes to help just keep as much water out of that pavement as we can. Water is the biggest enemy of our pavements. We're doing what we can to extend the life, but instead of extending the life by 15 years, we're extending it by 2 to 5.
Right. We're just pushing the ball ahead of us a little bit, watching the ball come back and meet us.
Yes.
Trying to advance it a little bit more. Yeah.
So we don't know where we're at with this federal money yet, right?
Nope. I brought some information if you want to talk about that. There's.
Well, I don't know what to talk about because we don't know what's going to happen.
We don't know
yet.
enough. The one email I did get recently shows about a 20% increase in funding. So we go to these CERCLA meetings and we get $400,000 for roads. Okay, now it's 500.
Yeah.
So it's not impactful.
No,
Not
because
really.
we saw a 30% increase in materials.
Yeah, it's gone.
Yeah.
It's eaten up. That's Build Back Better, right?
Now, are there other funding sources as part of that bill? Yes, but we have yet to decipher how and when and to what extent those will be trickled down to the counties.
Yeah.
The Iowa DOT local systems is working a lot of that out right now. There's a lot of information to come. There was a meeting with our county association exec board last Friday about that. But again, we just don't know yet what the impact will be there.
So
Initially, there's a lot of competitive programs out there that will, as part of the bill.
Yeah.
Typically, we do not bode well there.
Right. Why?
Our roads are in better shape than others, and our bridges are in better shape than others. So when you look at competitive grants, we do not fare well. Although we have some of the same issues that everyone else does, but maybe not to the same extent. Their bridge might be 700 feet and ours 300, but ours serves 4,000 vehicles a day and theirs serves 60. But our bridge doesn't rate as low.
Yeah. Well, I think one of the things, Tyler, as we think about that shortfall and those projects, I guess I probably need to spend some time with you working through numbers.
Yeah.
Because, and I've said, now you're going to bear the brunt of this now that I've said this in public meetings. But I think, this is just me, when people pay their property taxes to the county, probably the number one thing that they pay it for is roads. I mean, when you think of all the things that we need to have, we've got to have roads. And we want safe roads. And we want bridges that are safe. Look at what just happened in Pittsburgh. So I think we're going to have to figure out a way to make sure that we maintain the highest quality roads that we can. And not have that bar coming back closer and closer to us where we fall behind. Just on a high level here, where if we're just kicking it down 3 to 5 years, and it's gonna, sooner or later, that's gonna be 2 to 3, and then months, and then it's caught up to us. So I don't think I can answer that right now until I sit down with you and look at the whole numerical picture. And then we think through what are some possibilities for us. But we can always trade dollars. I mean, we could trade dollars for Junction 92, put it in the roads. We could do that right now, right?
Okay.
But we need Junction 92. We have to think about the age and safety of what's going on there. I mean, that's just for our employees and for the longevity of our equipment, going to your equipment cost issue.
You know, it's amazing, you know, you mentioned property taxes, but if people only knew what portion of their property taxes went to the road department, I mean, it might open their eyes a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Typically, for a rural resident, 11 to 13% of their property tax bill comes to my department.
Right.
By my most recent calculation, which was probably a couple years ago. Probably need to refigure that.
But if you think about that math, if 13, let's just even say 12 to 13 is going to you 12 cents of every dollar. The county only gets 18.
Yeah. But you know what that 12 cents buys?
Yeah.
It won't, if you have a home on 40 acres, typical old farmstead,
Mhm.
it will not fund the rock in front of your home.
And so,
Not including the driver, the truck, the maintenance, the fuel, the snow removal, it won't even fund the rock.
do you have a spreadsheet on that, Tyler,
I
you
do.
put together?
Yep, I sent it to you a couple of years ago,
You
but
did.
I'll update it.
Update
Let me
that.
update that.
Because that's the message I think people need to understand, that especially in the more rural areas, the property tax doesn't even cover the cost.
No, we highly depend on road use tax.
Right. And I think it doesn't mean we don't want to rock
For the
those
good and the
roads.
bad, you know what?
Yeah.
Take that out of road use tax, but we do depend on it.
But update that spreadsheet.
Yeah, it's on my list. I will do
Okay.
that. Because I actually pulled it out 2 days ago when a guy came in, because he was asking. One of the most interesting conversations I've had as county engineer. Guy comes in, very complimentary of us and our department and how we maintain the roads, which is fairly unusual. But he wanted to inquire about paving a road he doesn't live on or doesn't even live near. He wanted to do it for the legacy of his father-in-law that developed South Shore Heights. It was a very interesting conversation.
Really?
Yeah, but so he's gonna start.
Did you say, yeah, you have enough money to do several?
Yeah, and he didn't understand.
What the
And he was
cost?
very understanding when I started throwing numbers out, but he didn't understand, right, in today's dollar, it's gonna cost a minimum of 1.6 million to pave a new road.
Yeah.
Right, a minimum.
Yeah.
And what are we looking at Roberts Creek? That's 3,000 feet and we're at 750,000. And that's not gonna sustain typical highway traffic. That's designed for what it is.
Right.
So.
No, that's a good point.
Okay, can I circle back to
Absolutely.
Keisha's question earlier, and
Yes.
it kind of plays into what you were just saying there. She asked how the overlays that we have done are holding up.
Mhm.
I made a pointed decision a few years ago that we weren't going to do the typical 2-inch overlay, 2 or 3 inch overlay, and just get as many miles done as we can.
Okay.
I wanted it to be the most sustainable design for that particular road. So we started looking at the asphalt interlayer, thickening up our overlays, doing as much patching ahead of time, and then most recently we've been doing a crack and seat, which has proven very beneficial. If you're familiar with G46, you know how bad that road was 2 years ago. There's very minimal cracks out there. The design was to reduce the amount of reflective cracks, which reduce maintenance and extend the useful life of that pavement.
Okay.
So to answer your question, I feel like we aren't doing as many miles of road, which kind of plays into that $16 million shortfall. But the roads that we're doing are more sustainable, and the life cycle year after year of 15, 30 and 45 years down the road is going to be better than it would if we just go slap 2 inches of asphalt on it.
Okay.
Does that answer your question? Do you,
I wondered, I
what
mean,
do you think from your perspective? You probably drive G46 all the time.
it's good. Yeah, yeah.
Compared to what it was.
Oh, yeah, tremendously. It is. I just
Typical-
wondered, that typical of how long, that does last. I mean,
So typical overlay is on a road that's not as bad as G46 was, and we're doing a crack seal after 2 years. We didn't do one last year. Didn't need it. There's some cracks out there, and there's some bumps out there, but we would typically see 30 to 50% of that road cracked already at every joint. We're not anywhere close to that.
wow, okay.
So we'll probably.
So you did something
right there.
different from T17 to G46.
Slightly.
Okay.
Yeah. Keep in
It's
mind,
very-
it's
it's very-
significantly more truck traffic.
Yes.
It's very rare that you don't get any reflective cracking, but
Okay, a few more.
Go ahead.
This is all inflated because of material costs. This is our steel, reinforcing steel, structural steel, culverts, aluminum.
It's almost 100% increase.
From 2022, we probably saw 25%.
I'm just going from 15 to
Oh, yeah.
23. I mean, that's
15 to
that's called a steep curve.
We did make a concerted effort, culverts. We increased our culvert budgets intentionally.
To cover, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So we were doing more culvert work than we had in the
Okay,
past.
so it's
Less-
volume as well as cost.
Correct.
Okay.
So here, so let's look at 21 and 22, that kind of plateau, unrealized Junction 92 expense. So I've been kind of carrying that balance to do certain things out at Junction 92. We haven't been utilizing 225,000. So that balance is just being carried forward. I want to point that out. We probably will incur some of that. We were into building design, we did some grading, that sort of thing. So we're incurring that cost in 22 and in 23 for sure.
Right.
Construction, so remember earlier when I said we shifted some things to maintenance in the culvert, bridge, and road
Yep.
line items?
Yep.
That's why you're seeing a decrease in construction. Cumulatively, the number is the same. I just shifted the
Yep.
line item
Yep.
to be statutorily accurate.
Yep.
Okay, I don't expect you to read this, I included it if you wanna look at it. The result of this, what it is my analysis of 5 years of projected expenses
tight.
and where my department ends up.
Need my magnifier.
Go back to that,
Nope,
please.
sorry. So I project out, based on our 15-year equipment replacement plan, what our equipment budget will be, what our local construction budget will be, where I think bridges and culverts will be. Keep in mind, these are based on normal inflation trends, not what we have seen recently. So this is that risk part I was talking about earlier. I'm a little bit nervous here. We're planning on $2 million worth of secondary road funds for Junction 92, but if inflation keeps doing crazy things, it may not be there.
Okay.
So I guess that's my pitch for if ARPA funds are used for secondary, or for our shop, there's a cushion there, a little bit in local option sales tax, a little bit in the general fund, perhaps. Talking with Jake, there's possibly some opportunities of short-term loans, maybe up in the $750,000 range for some contingency. I'm also looking at some USDA rural development grant opportunities to help fund our shop also. Show a wage increase of 3%. It's actually 3.15% is our kind of 8-year running average for wages. You see the revenue trends there as well. Each year I update these averages for all these line items.
So this is cumulative of all that, the 3% over FY 23 to FY 27, is that what you're thinking?
It comes out to 3%.
It's 3%.
Yeah,
Those are
3.
per year increases. 3% per year on
3%.
any particular line.
Okay, but didn't you ask for 5 this?
I did. but our 8-year average is 3.15.
Oh,
So I
okay,
use
yeah,
that moving forward.
okay, sorry, yep. Yeah, sorry, 8 years, I see what you're saying, okay.
Okay. Yeah, Tyler, if you don't mind, if we can carve out some time.
Yep. I have, the next graph kind of shows you what.
That line right here,
Mm-hmm.
we're gonna solve for that, right? So, I mean, not that it's obvious, right there, but where can we,
If we start going, I mean, in 6 months, I'll have a better idea where we're at there.
well, that's what I'm
We get to
wondering.
the
I
end
mean,
of this
if we can work here to start solving for this.
Yep.
I
And
think,
that's always hard this time of year.
Yeah.
June, I will have a better grasp on that, but history is what the next line is, that
Yeah.
trend analysis, that
Yep.
teal color.
Yep.
That's, if things project into the future like they have last 5 to 8 years, that's where typically our fund balance is going to be and not in the red.
right,
But with economic uncertainty and the risk I fear is
I'd prefer you to be conservative, tell us.
I was up till midnight looking for grants to fund this shop last night, because I just can't,
so what's your?
I'm nervous about this risk, to be honest.
Yeah, so what, I mean, when you talk about the inflation, what's your assumption built into this? You got 2% from inflation, are you just factoring in, I'm looking at these right here, so you got 2%, 2%.
2 to 3% is those are all what we typically see for those particular line items for inflation. I did not factor in the anomaly that's happened here the last.
Yeah, we already know this, that's completely out of whack.
Yeah, we don't know that.
And this is what I have used year after year, and it's pretty accurate. Let's
We
go
know what
back
it is
4
this year.
years and
Right, you know what it is this year, you know what you've had in the past. Question is, in the next several quarters, is that gonna stay?
right.
Is that
Now,
assumption gonna stay?
we weathered the storm and got a little boost because of that CARES Act boost to the road use
Yeah.
tax last year. Plus, I cut expenses, so our fund balance is actually in a better position
Right,
this year than I forecasted it to be 2 or 3 years ago.
right.
But Tyler, I got a question for you. So what would happen if you had a really terrible year?
Well, like I said earlier, we have those tiers of cuts. We start, now, it's something, typically our construction doesn't all happen in July. Typically our equipment's not all purchased in July. Although if we're gonna buy motor graders, I gotta do it now because it's 14-month lead time. So
But it depends on
we
what.
just start working through those cuts.
Yeah, it depends on what the terrible is.
Yes.
Is the terrible, record snow and ice, right?
Yep.
Or is it, because that's gonna impact all of our rock roads. So there's gonna be this domino effect that flows through all of that.
And typically what happens in a year like that, bad winter leads to bad spring, means we don't do other things that we planned on in the spring.
Right.
And we can absorb some of those costs without cutting other line items. We just shift the dollars a little bit because we don't have time to utilize the culvert replacements because we're just hauling rock all day, every day.
Yeah. I mean, when you benchmark a year, like, what was the worst spring we had after a bad winter and rainy?
2008, I think. Wasn't
Yeah,
it?
the worst one I've had is 2017.
Yeah, say that, I knew that was.
But 08 09 was by far worse than that.
What did
here.
that do to us? From a budget standpoint.
It was horrible.
So
I mean, you probably edited out most of your new construction projects.
I think we may have scrapped a couple of projects, but for the most part, our maintenance budget went all to rock.
Yeah.
Every line item I had, we were scraping up and shifting it to rock.
Yeah.
And even then, you can only haul so much.
Right. Right.
So.
Right.
Well, that's what precipitated the beginning of the schedule.
Yeah. And over time, my 8 years, one time we had to shift money into overtime budget.
Okay.
And it was probably that year, 2017.
So the trend line, Tyler, your trend line is.
You wanna look at the next one,
Yeah.
next slide?
Yeah, let's do that.
So the initial one would be the orange. Trend line is, you know, in the red, essentially, after a couple of years here, that point that you pointed to, Mark.
Yeah.
Following trends, it would be more like the blue line, you know, what we typically see for how much of our budget is utilized versus what we actually bring in revenues. That's very positive. Now, if we factor in the purple, which is how to utilize those funds, putting more into construction. In this case, we've been squirreling away in that fund balance for Junction 92. That's the purple represents that. What I'm nervous about is that FY24 $2 million hit. If we don't realize over the next year or two what we have over the past 8 years, then that $2 million may not be there.
Right.
Wouldn't allow us to weather a disaster. Could we weather a bad spring? Possibly. Because like I said, we can absorb some of that. The tough part about spring is a lot of your expense has already been incurred within your department. So you're either looking at absorbing it to the best you can or a budget amendment, which then factors into this fund balance.
So, I mean, when you think about risk mitigation, there are only certain things we can plan. I mean, because your point is right. We plan for a certain amount within the road department budget. We cover a certain amount of risk, given the dollars that we have and the projected dollars we will receive. And after that, then it's what is our general fund reserve to cover that additional exposure.
And general fund could take that as be a reserve if we use ARPA funds. Otherwise, I'm looking to the general fund initially to fund the project.
No, I'm talking about if you had a bad year.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. ARPA, I get the ARPA, that's a different discussion for me. I'm kind of segmenting that. I've already thought ARPA fund, good use for Junction 92, but for this scenario, especially yellow or orange line, you're gonna need some assistance.
How much can you transfer from the general fund? Is there
There's a max.
Yeah.
A couple $100,000.
So that's
annually.
that's not a lot. What about the lost funds?
You can transfer, that's the key word. You can spend money on secondary roads directly for projects or whatnot.
So the general fund could pay things.
You can transfer into Fund 20 more than what the statutory requirement is, which is $230,000.
Right.
So you're $1 million, if we have it,
And then there's a loan option.
There's a loan option. Yes, because that was done.
We did,
a long time ago.
Roger did that right before I got here, yes. There was a general fund loan. That was prior, and then there was also a transfer of $100,000 from the general fund, but we did away with that when the fuel tax increase in 2015 came into play, the 10-cent fuel tax increase.
Okay.
So in a bad year, you're probably, if we were looking to the general fund for reserves to get us through a spring because we didn't have the fund balance.
Yeah, that would probably help.
We never want to be in that position, but if we did, you could just spend money out of the general fund, yes.
Would the $1 million that we have, I mean, would that even cover it? I mean, we have more than that in reserves. I just was.
That's pretty standard amongst secondary roads of our size, that $1 million fund balance, and we do a pretty good job of maintaining that or above. When we have had flooding events, typically you just don't incur all that cost of repairs right away. No, you're not going to get FEMA reimbursement right away either, but you don't just incur that the week after a flood event.
Right.
You know, the bridge repairs, they come later on, and more often than not, we're spanning a couple of fiscal years, which helps that.
Yeah. Again, I think, at least for me, I'm more concerned about the long-term health of your budget and being able to keep those projects out in front of us. So again, we're on the positive side of maintain, and that doesn't come back to, because those large risks like that, we'll have to deal with those as they come.
Right.
I mean,
Right.
a flooding event of 93, 2008, 2007, but to make sure that we've got some reserve capacity, but even then it could be so large it swamps us too. So.
And I think, Mark, if we hadn't had the last 18 months that we've had economically as a country, we wouldn't be having that. Or I could more confidently say we could do just that. Be on the positive side of maintaining,
Right.
be more proactive in what we're doing from a secondary road perspective. And we were absolutely on that trajectory before.
Corona.
And we still are. I just, the unknown
Oh,
is
no,
not
it's
what
thrown-
I fear.
it's thrown a whole-
And I don't have the answer. And
You can't shut down a global economy and have it come back the way it was. We're finding that out. And there are still repercussions to that are coming, that people think it's just all gonna go back to normal. No, it's not. We're seeing it right now. And we're gonna see it on to the next several quarters. You can't stimulate an economy, take all the money away and say, oh, by the way, stay the way it is. It's not going to. It's going to decrease and we're gonna have, it's not transitory, Tyler, but you're going to see deflation now. You're going to see de-risking, and that's going to change pricing. Now, oil is going to be the anomaly. That's what's keeping inflation up the way it is. Oil prices are staying high for a variety of reasons, Ukraine being one of them. But there are other factors that's causing variability in what you can project. And the volatility, you're going to feel it probably more than anybody. So let's sit down.
Yep.
Take a look.
And I just want to say, normally that orange line wouldn't bother me, because you can look back 3 or 4 years and I presented the same chart, and that is never realized.
Right. But
normally that wouldn't bother me. I'm trying to be candid and upfront about, I'm a little nervous because
and you have to be.
Crazy.
And I would agree with you too. If you just look at the high, mid, and low, there's an increasing likelihood of the low.
Yeah.
More so than we've ever had. That risk is now more real than it's ever been. So I agree with you. You have to be completely transparent about that.
And I want to be completely transparent that $2 million hit out of our budget for Junction also has me nervous because of all that.
Right.
So.
Do you want to pull back on it?
I don't. I want to.
Do you want to wait to see if things stabilize?
What I want to do is take a better look with our architect over the next couple of weeks about recent bids, and kind of fine tune that with them.
Okay.
In early 2020, Keokuk County built basically the same shop we did at $125 a square foot. Right now, our architect's telling us $170 a square foot. That's millions of dollars more.
Yep.
That's why you saw $7.5 million budget number the other day.
I know.
And it's not just that. Everything in our full build scenario is, so not just a building.
And I prefer you to be on the cautionary, I guess, yeah. And so I appreciate you showing us this. This is why I'm probably, it's been known, I'm very conservative in this aspect. And this is, even in my job, my second job, I'm very conservative when it comes to budgets. I'm very conservative. And these are things that I sit here and look at and I'm thinking, we have to be cautious.
We do have to be cautious.
You know what scares
I
me?
feel much better about my Junction 92 project if we're looking at $2 million of ARPA funds, the general fund is still available. There's still a cushion in local option sales tax.
Yeah.
That does make me feel much better about it. Even with that, if inflation trends higher than normal, even at 5%, cost of that building goes up, so you're not getting as much out of that $2 million out of my secondary road fund. And I'm either cutting then, and if you remember, I maintain status quo and still able to do this. I'm then cutting something in my road department, or we're cutting funds from the project, which then means more and more has to be made up somewhere else and lost for general funds.
What kind of, I'm kind of experiencing this kind of personally, but even if, you know, the numbers go to $170 a square foot, what you said, Tyler, right?
Yeah.
Well, they're basing that on the bill, they're telling you, well, not telling you, but that's based on if you can even get the material. I mean, that's another unknown. I can give you $170 a square foot, but I don't know if we're gonna get the material when we get ready to build. But that's, you know,
Very good discussion. Tyler, anything else?
No, the last couple you've seen before, they're basically factors of how I got to this graph. I just included them for your reference if you wanna look over the trends that get me to the purple line essentially. And then I did, and I don't know if you saw my email, the very last slide was what you saw the other day, although I included this as an embedded Excel file. If you guys wanted to start tweaking the numbers, we could just kind of click around and see what happens here. Renee had emailed me the other day about updated ARPA projects. Again, I arrived at this $2.3 million ARPA balance there in the upper right, based on the discussion we had the other day. It may not be quite that high. And I don't know, there were a couple $100,000, $150,000 line items that I was unsure of where you guys stand on those. So I assumed worst case scenario, they were going to be incurred expenses.
Yeah, no, probably not.
Probably not.
Probably
Okay,
not.
so this really probably needs tweaked a little bit as we, you know, when do you guys want a further discussion on Junction 92 and the risk associated with that? I'm sure you don't want to do it today.
No.
No,
No, there's a couple
think
things I want to do first, Tyler. I want to sit down with your numbers, like we talked about. But we do need to probably put some shape around those, what we want to do with that fairly quickly. And we're on a time schedule for that too, right? Remember, we got to have those projects encumbered by June or July, I believe. I don't have it in front of me. So at least by then, we'll have to have all the ARPA funds. We'll have to decide where they're going. So, but I need to sit down with your numbers and you, and we need to talk through those lines a little bit.
Yep.
And as far as what we talked about in the meeting, I'm totally committed to that Junction 92 with ARPA. Like Steve, I think we talked about that in the meeting.
mhm.
So now the question becomes overall funding of that relative to what you just said.
Yeah.
And
Well,
It's just
We don't have a
$7 million.
limited amount of ARPA dollars to put in there.
What was that, Steve?
I said we only have a limited amount of ARPA dollars that we can put in there.
Yeah, and there was an assumption of mine that Steve's projects went to 1.8 and facilities went to 1.2. I think she had 1.8 in both. That does not factor in here. We'll have to take a look at all that.
Well,
I just wanted to be upfront with you. $7 million, I think, I want to portray that we need to be cautious. And if it means delaying the project, it is what it is. One thing I don't want to do is piecemeal our building together.
No, I don't either.
That is not something I want to do.
yeah, agreed.
The main shop, in my opinion, needs to be built all at once. My office is a different story, but I don't want to build a mechanic shop and the offices and then scab on 3 or 4 bays here and 3 or 4 bays there. I do not want to do that.
No,
And that main shop is the bulk of the cost in that. You know, that's $5 million right now. I think I was at 3.5 a year ago when I presented to you for that building.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
No, I don't have any, Tyler. Thank you. Do you guys have any others for Tyler? I'm
No.
sorry, called you. That's why I called my son.
Not my favorite.
Appreciate it, Tyler.
Okay, thank you.
yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, he brings gifts.
Tyler, I'll be in touch.
Yeah.
couple notes here, Steve, and then, anybody wanna take a break for Steve? You guys good?
I'm good.
Yeah, I'm good.
Are you good? Okay. Wow, you saved your Mountain Dew.
You can have it. You can work.
Oh,
Brought two.
I'll have that. I went with, caffeine free.
What's the point?
Yeah, you know,
caffeine free? Wow.
Thank you, Steve.
Thank you.
Thanks, Steve.
Hey, we're gonna have to get on the safety committee because my pen just ran out. Aren't these new? There you go.
Steve, do you want this microphone so you don't have to?
Sorry.
I think you might have to sit this in, but it'll probably.
Is that what it was?
Lisa, did you order ink for these two, or there was just the?
Wait,
It
wait.
might be a little outdated.
I don't believe I have that.
All right, Mr. Edwards. Now, now, Steve, I just want to tell you. We've been doing this 10 years. Kim Dorn,
Michaela, you're getting like
I hear that.
third.
now either that takes all the pressure off you, or you need to catch up.
I think that's where you're going, right?
I think that is
I
right.
think the pressure's on me. It's kind of like King of the Hill thing, everybody's trying to knock you out.
That's
to the
right,
top or
that's
what?
right.
I think they took the challenge. I believe we challenged people last year or something, and they took the challenge.
Can you help Tyler?
Yeah. Can you come up with something?
Great question.
Process.
We don't charge rent.
We don't charge rent.
Is that
Oh,
helpful?
oh, right.
Office space.
Wow. All right. Well, Steve, what do you got? You, again, a packet. I appreciate it so much.
Yeah, this is actually a little thinner than normal,
I know,
so.
I like that. So, yeah, take us through the highlights.
Well, let me start right out. Insurance, I just figured 13% of the, is what I think Jake recommended when we first started the process, so I just used that amount.
Okay.
Wages, I put 4.25% in there. That final amount would be dictated by the Conservation Board after they review the state salary surveys. That's what we use. And we try to stay current with our similar positions, so we don't have an ebb and flow. We're kind of,
Yep.
a solid type movement on that. So I don't think that'll change up or down either, maybe more than 0.5%, if it's even that.
Okay.
So I think I'm pretty good on that. So well, let's get into the budget. Total request is $1,910,947 And so if I break that down, the Conservation Department through camping fees, shelter rentals, pavilion rentals is gonna generate $383,850. That's a increase of $69,000 over the current fiscal year. Our online reservation fees are gonna go to $34,000. That's an increase of $12,000 in collections. Our conservation reserve account will be $500,000. That's an increase of $300,000. The state excise tax for cabins, I left that the same. So our total revenue and reserve account in this budget will be $925,350. So if I break that down even further, the 01 fund would be roughly $803,734. The 02 fund would be roughly $181,863. So when you total those two funds together, it comes up to be $985,597. That's an increase of $16,141, and that basically would cover the increase in health insurance cost. Total revenue in our budget would be $925,350, like I mentioned before. That's an increase of $381,000. So if you break down the entire budget, we're gonna generate 48.42% of the budget
and taxation be 51.58. We're not quite at the 50-50 mark, but we're getting closer.
Getting closer.
So
It's been 60-30 before, right?
yeah, it was like 65,
Yeah.
35, somewhere in there. Now again, there's more money from the reserve account going into that. But the reserve account is normally driven by cabin funds that go into that. So over time, those accumulate fairly rapidly. So that's one of the projects that when we turn the page here, that we've been saving for is an office classroom complex. So any questions on the breakdown? Okay. If we go to the major project funding, Tyler's is a good segue into me for construction costs. I guess I'm the final leg of the trifecta of Tyler and Chris and I both having to deal with construction costs. And we found that waiting doesn't necessarily save you anything. This project, this Cordova Park office and classroom facility, we held off for 6 months trying to see if construction costs would be reduced. And we found that that was not the case. They actually escalated a little bit on that. So we actually went to bid in January for this. They came back on the 18th, and the low bid was $1,374,490. That's about 20% higher than what we estimated that cost would be. So you can see we're splitting that between 2 fiscal years. The last half of the current fiscal year, I'm estimating about $500,000 out of our budget for that. And then next year will be around 867 and change on that. So we're working that between 2 fiscal years. The construction company that got the contract is Graphite Construction Group out of Des Moines. And we actually have a pre-construction meeting on the 17th of this month with a start date of March 1 or whenever weather clears so they can start, with a completion date of 30 November. So that's about an 8-month window. They don't think it will take that long, but Steve mentioned it earlier, supply chain potential issues. We gave them a little extra time for that. We'll work that out as we go if it is a problem. So a couple things that we did different on this project is we used Everlogs. It has like a log cabin siding, but it's made out of concrete. If you flip all the way to the back of your packet, you'll see a picture.
Yeah.
And that is what the siding will look like. That is, that's chinked. So what ours will be is similar to that. The colors can somewhat vary.
So it's just a colored concrete?
It's a colored concrete
that's
all the way
got the pattern
through.
that's.
Yep, and they have a 100-year guarantee on them. Comes out of Missoula, Montana. And
Do you have to seal that?
you do not.
No?
Once it gets here, it's already, there's no painting to it. It won't rot. If something were to happen, say a mower threw a big rock through a piece of it or something,
How
you
thick
can
is
pop that off.
How thick is that, Steve?
It's about a quarter of an inch. I've got actually samples if you want to stop by sometime. I'll show it to you.
Yeah.
You can get them round or you can get them like that, and we picked that particular kind because you see a lot of the rounds. You don't see many of those.
That.
Yeah, I've never seen this before.
So then, like say, if you have to repair it, you can pop a section off and just stick a new one on because they just lap together, and then they just use cabinet screws to put them in. They just have to go in a framing member, and then you chink through that. So it's fairly easy to replace those if you had to.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then we used a standing seam steel roof. And what we're trying to do there is reduce maintenance cost, and that's a 50-year roof. So when we figured the construction cost versus the maintenance cost over 25 years, the money up front was better spent than trying to maintain that all the way through with an asphalt shingled roof. And
good idea.
LP smart siding, lap siding. You got to paint it.
Are you listening?
Yeah.
He's got some good ideas.
So, but that project alone is going to take up the bulk of next year's budget as well as the last 6 months of this year. So I'm looking at where we're gonna cut to. I wanna make sure, like Tyler, we got funds to be able to cover all of that. And we also have some additional costs there that we're gonna do in-house. And number one is the phone system, internet, the door fob system and security. And I'm working with Andrew on that. It's cheaper to keep that in-house than contract that out.
Good.
And that's why we did it. Same thing with tables, chairs, whiteboards. If the contractor does it, they add 10 or 15% on that. There's no need to do that when we can do it and save a considerable amount of money for that.
Awesome.
I think you've seen these elevations before. Again, don't get too hung up on the blue color. It's not gonna be a blue roof. This is just the artist rendition of that, but it gives you a pretty good indication of what the front and the side and the rear elevations are gonna be. And if you turn the page, the floor plan is there, and that remains the same from a year ago. We haven't changed that floor plan at all. So, once that is done, we know that the road going to it is gonna be basically destroyed. So that's the picture you see under the number 2. The facility would be just to the left on that picture. So you can see the road right now is not in very good shape anyway. That's the original road that was put in there in 1970.
Wow.
And we haven't done anything to it. So I guess for 51 years, I guess it's hung in there pretty good. So, but, so once we're done with the building itself, then we need to maintain that road. So I've given a cost estimate there of about $27,000 to be able to do that. And that would be the road going in and then parking, it's hard to see right now, on the other side of that tree. So, again, trying to cut back to make sure we got funds to be able to do that kind of stuff is what I'm working on now. And if you turn the page, right across from that road, we're gonna need a parking lot eventually for school buses and people that come to visit the classroom and the area there, cabin people. So I estimated the cost there for a new parking lot of just shy of $40,000. And the page next to it, if you're familiar with the new trailhead parking lot, the red area is about the size that I'm talking about. So it's about half that size. So that's just a comparison, just so you kind of have some idea. So that is going to be the major expenditure for, like I say, the next 5 months and next year, with a completion, as I mentioned before, the 30th of November. So I'm looking ahead, cutting back to make sure that we get to that point. And then any additional funds is our blue section here, projects based on funding levels. And the Conservation Board has made a commitment that if we have funds, we want to address the cabins. So our first 2-bedroom cabins were built in 1995. The 3-bedroom cabins were built in 2001. So they need a little TLC here. Things wear out, things get old. So I've just taken some pictures here of, and they're not the best, but you can kind of see where the countertops have rubbed. These get a tremendous amount of use from the public. And the public isn't always the best on taking care of stuff. But again, it's high volume usage on those. And normally I'll put an estimate in there of what I think that's gonna cost. I don't know. I can guesstimate what those may be, but the way construction costs are now, what I tell you today, 3 months from now, isn't even gonna be close. And that's, again, what Chris and Tyler are struggling with as well as myself. How do we do that? Now, some of the stuff we can do in-house, which saves money. Some of the stuff we can't do because of reservations. We have a very small window between getting something done and the next group of reservations come in, which is a good problem to have. But it's tough to get stuff done with my crew of 4 or 5 guys, and you might need a crew of 8, and we don't have that. So, again, if you go through, these are just things that we need to do.
Is this typical siding that you have? I mean, is that something that's replaceable, or do you have to do the whole building?
You have to do basically the whole building. And that's hardy plank is what it is. It's a concrete fiberglass mesh board. But if you don't install it correctly, then it cracks. And so we've noticed that on some of those pictures you can see where they drove the nails in, that's cracked off. Apparently it wasn't pre-drilled, which you got to do. And so if you look around the whole cabin, it's like, you might be able to replace this, but that's gonna be okay, so you might as well just do the whole thing. So you're better off to do the whole thing. So exterior siding needs to be looked at, the kitchens need to be basically redone. And then the upstairs bedroom on the 3-bedroom cabins, probably the only complaint we get on those is that it can get noisy when you have 10 or 12 people in there and somebody wants to go to bed up there because it's open.
Right.
So, we'd like to enclose that, and that's something that my staff can do if we have the time. So there you would basically have to take a cabin and not take reservations for a couple of weeks to be able to get that done. You would do it in the off season, so you're really only talking about weekends. You couldn't do it in the summer because those weekly rentals are two years out, and there's no time to do it then. They're all reserved up.
Okay.
So, again, the number 4 is the floors take a beating, and eventually you either gotta replace the floors or redo them, sand them down, refinish them. So that's kind of where some of those cabins are at. And we do considerable amount of maintenance to the cabins yearly, but these are major things that have to be done eventually. So, we're committed to try to keep those up, looking good. And then we normally have a vehicle rotation at the end of the year. That's one thing that sometimes we have to push back if we need additional funds. But normally that's one of our major patrol vehicles at the park. And they usually run just shy of 40 once you get the radios and siren and all that stuff.
Do you think you can get one for this price?
I don't know. Again, a year ago you could.
Right.
Now, I don't know.
What is it
39.5
for a half ton?
half ton.
Yeah,
State bid, I think, was about 34, somewhere in there. So, and then my last orange page here is just a future project maintenance list of things that down the road we're gonna have to address. And again, it's normally based on funding. So, we've got campground roads, which Tyler won't take, so we have to deal with those.
I'm gonna have you pay one.
That's true, yeah, appreciate that. We just have a variety of different things. I don't have to go through all of these unless you want me to, but I did
What
highlight.
to do with it? That's right.
What's that?
I was reading the highlighted.
Yeah, well, that's one that, is gonna have to be given some thought and try to figure out, again, whenever Tyler gets his done and whatever happens there.
Not forcing him out at this point.
No, no, definitely not. So just something that's gonna take some conversation about, what's the best use for that? Is there a use for it? That type of stuff, and that's gonna take more than just the conservation. I think, supervisors and us need to get together, talk about that, and just try to get the most, bang for your buck, or whatever you can do.
That barn is cool.
So, again, something we'll
It's
have
beautiful.
to talk about. But again, and I can go through these, but these are things, we have a maintenance schedule for replacing sewage lift station pumps. We've got 11 lift stations. They use a 2 horsepower grinder pump. After about 10 years, you're living on borrowed time. And if one of those goes down, the campground's shut down. So we had that issue happen last August. Luckily, it was after Nationals, but unfortunately it was on a Saturday, so we were full. So trying to find somebody to come repair a pump Saturday night is impossible. So we had to wait till Monday to get that done. So again, those are things we want to be proactive to it and not reactive to it, because that causes us more headaches if we're reactive to it. Because now we got 85 units sitting in there that can't go,
Right.
and the showers don't work, and that's a problem. So anyway, that's a list of things that, as funds are available, that we need to consider. So, again, this is probably the shortest presentation I've had in a long time. Yeah. And it's mainly because of the funds are going for that.
Yeah, you're doing a big project.
Building. You got a big, I usually don't have a real big project. This is the biggest project or the most expensive one since I've been here for the conservation department. And we're trying to do most of it on our nickel, through cabin, rentals and things like that. So, I'm open for questions if I missed something or something didn't sound right to you.
No. Ward, do you have any questions for Steve?
Great job, thank you.
I feel like I'm shortchanging you. I've only used,
It's been a long day, it's okay.
Well, Tyler's saying he might wanna come back and do more, so
Yeah.
he's waiting.
If you're
well,
gonna,
I knew I shouldn't have come early.
if you're gonna order a Polaris Ranger, you better order it now if you want it by next year.
Is that how far the wait is now?
I ordered mine in July and just got it, oh, I got it in December, the unit, but the blade's not gonna be here till April.
We ordered a pickup in April, so. Last year.
Well, I know the one thing we found out when we took the bids is some of the local folks that normally would bid on a project of that size were reluctant, and rightfully so, because suppliers and subcontractors wouldn't lock in to a price for longer than a few days or a
Yeah,
few weeks or something.
exactly.
And you know, on the smaller end, they're like, if I miss it by 250,000,
I'm out of business.
that's a problem for me. And that's unfortunate, because we were hoping to get a lot of locals.
Right.
But I completely understand when you're in that position that you can't take that chance. You just can't.
Right.
So.
Well, very good. No, Steve, thank you, and as always, you and your team do a wonderful job with these properties. They're certainly something that all of our residents and people who come here enjoy thoroughly, so, and that's a credit to you and your team.
Well, thanks, appreciate
You
it.
do great. The ARPA funds, those are going to new build. When you're thinking about the future of that, new buildings, new cabins, et cetera, what's the plan after you do ARPA and you build those cabins?
As far as?
Where are you going next? What's next on the docket?
Well, I might not be here, so I don't know.
It's a loaded question, right?
Yeah, I'm just like, I'm not sure yet.
Okay.
You know, we kind of want to get the office done and then the ARPA part done. If we get the existing cabins, I'll call it renovated, then, you're probably looking at a couple years to do that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, on the ARPA end of it, I'm in the process of getting approval from the Corps on different locations. And then we'll have to figure out what the best location for that is. And then see how those construction costs are, because right now, like I say, they were 20% over just on our building. That came out to be $376 a square foot.
Wow.
It's outrageous. It's insane.
When we had our first meeting with Ethos, we were talking about 180, maybe 200 on the high end of it, and 376.
Tyler's over there going.
He's proving my point.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Well, it's no secret.
That was the low bid was the $1,374,000. The next three bids were over 1.6.
Just keep things in perspective on a local basis. My son, he wanted to cover a tabletop, so we went and bought a piece of sheet of plywood, 3/4 inch AC pine plywood, $90 a sheet. And that's just one board.
Yeah, when we started that project, when we first did it, we got a cost estimate in May, and that's when lumber was at its highest, at $1,700 per thousand, and then it dropped after that, and then like October, November, it was like $550, and we're like, we've timed it great, and well then shortly thereafter it went up to $1,300.
They showed you, didn't they?
They showed me. Yeah, so you don't know. Right now,
No.
you just don't know.
You don't.
So, but thank you for letting me come and present.
No,
Appreciate
Thank
it.
you, Steve. Appreciate it very much. Very good. Thank you. Anything else we need to talk about? Steve?
What's for dinner tomorrow?
What's for dinner
Tomorrow,
tomorrow?
we start at 10 tomorrow, is that right?
No, I'm good.
Start at 10 o'clock tomorrow.
Thank you, Steve. 10 o'clock tomorrow?
10 o'clock tomorrow.
Okay.
Is there a motion to adjourn?
Make motion, we adjourn.
Second.
Ramey,
Aye.
Johnner,
Aye.
McCombs.
All right,
Very good. Thank you very much.
thanks, guys.
Right, it's-